everyone. Thank you for joining us on the World Riichi Championship YouTube channel. Please, if you like the content, like and subscribe. I'm Chiral, hello, and I'm joined by the wonderful WRC President Gemma.
Hi, it's the Brits again. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, do you think?
I think people enjoyed it last time. I hope people enjoyed it last time.
I just hope our tones don't lull them into a nice sleep, so we sabotage all those who come after us.
I had that beforehand. It's fine. I'm full of energy today. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well done, you.
But yeah, it's our final broadcast of the year. As the end of 2024 comes to a close. Yeah.
It's been quite a wild year. Can't remember when we started this. Was it June?
It was something like that. It's been going for a while. Yeah. It's been really fun. Yeah. But it's been going for ages.
Thank you to everyone who has joined us along the way. Please do tell your friends, as Carol said, like and subscribe, and ask your friends to like and subscribe as well. We'd be very grateful. Yeah. We finally hit 500 subs, so Jen is particularly happy. You have a big grin on your face.
That we'll be holding a book giveaway in January because we've hit our end of year goal of 500 subscribers.
That feels very YouTube content creator-y now.
It really does.
Giveaways. Yeah. I feel very professional now.
Everyone subscribed to the WRC channel will be eligible for the giveaway, and details will be revealed in the first Yukan Fuji broadcast of the new year. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. But yes, I'm Carol. I'm with Gemma. Later on today, we'll be seeing Nathanael, A1 champion of the 2024 AML autumn season, and fellow A1 leaguer Arthur Corak.
Is Armor not fall session? Autumn sounds very British.
Autumn does sound very British, I guess. But I mean, I'm a British person. I'm allowed to say autumn.
Yeah, you are. I just was like, that sounds a bit incongruous. You know, we'll have to pump an American for information later in the show. I don't know. Maybe there's like some weird environment where you say autumn instead of fall.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to interview Nathanael, especially considering they're the champion of the A1 season.
They're the champion. I know.
The top player of the top season.
I'm surprised though. Korak is an amazing player. So. And Nathanael,
Jen says we say autumn in the US too.
Champion. Yeah.
Jen in chat says we say autumn in the US too. So I guess maybe it's like a state thing. Maybe some states say autumn, some states say fall. I don't know. I'm really curious about that. Oh yes. So our sponsors today are WRC, the World Riichi Championship. As you hopefully are aware, we're here in the WRC channel. It's the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next one, which will be in Tokyo in 2025. WRC and Ronron will co-host the World Riichi Online Team League 3-player tournament, which starts next month. And I will be teaming up with a couple of commentators with Nathanael, who we'll see later on today, Corak, who we'll see later on today, and Tips and Tricks to make a team. We're still waiting to hear on Dave's team, but the USPML, the US Professional Mahjong League, is located in New York, where you can find Sparrow's Nest and Mahjong Studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. This location will also host one of the locations of the first ever North American World Riichi League. Gemma, please tell us about the North American World Riichi League, because that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it is exciting. So we have been holding some sort of beta European League events, and maybe ill-advisedly, we thought we'd expand quickly into America, considering they have such a strong infrastructure now for holding events like this. So we've got 3 events, and they're all being held on the same weekend, the first weekend of March. And the winner of each of those events will go forward into an online event. So that'll be held on Run, and we're going to have to find a way to choose the 4th player for the final table. The more details will be coming out about that as we can confirm them.
Well, that sounds exciting.
It's exciting.
maybe a little bit biased, but we'll be seeing that final on Run.
Yeah, and yes, hopefully we'll be broadcasting the final with some more English commentary. And I did forget to mention that the winner overall will get a seat to WRC 2025, and it's one of the last opportunities to do that. And I think it certainly is the last opportunity to do that as a wild card, rather than for your national organisation. So if you're in North America, you don't have to be a US or Canadian. You can just be present in North America to attend one of those offline events, and you'll be eligible for that.
I do know a lot of people who probably will end up moving, just going on holiday there conveniently around that time, just have a really good time. No, that sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the New York one is being closest to Europe is filled up probably the fastest. There's only a 4-hour, 5-hour flight, right?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yes, to answer your question, yes. So the games happened 2 days ago, in person. But we saw 3 of the 6 games yesterday, and the other 3 will be broadcasting today. I've not seen the games yet. Gemma hasn't seen the games yet either.
No.
So we'll be watching it the first time in English, and well, with us talking in English. But yes, it should be really good fun. But yeah, speaking of that though, we are covering the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League. It is made of 64 teams who are split into 16 groups of 4. In your group of 4, you're going to be battling the other 3 teams over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players make it to 2 different finals. Today we'll be featuring the teams and players from Group 2 for the 2nd time this season. Can we have a look at Group 2? Commentators react, yes. We have Team Jankatsu Master, which is an app for following your favourite Mahjong pros. We have Team Mahjong Splash, a Mahjong parlor in Tamachi. We have Team Heartland, a Mahjong parlor in Hokkaido. And Team Kenko Mahjong Eito, a Kenko Mahjong parlor. So, a lot of 3 Mahjong parlors and an app.
So Kenko Mahjong is like healthy Mahjong is the translation for that. So no smoking, no gambling. And I've forgotten what the other no thing was. It's going to be something really obvious that's just completely something else naughty you shouldn't do. No drinking, no alcohol, no smoking, no gambling, no alcohol. So if you are in Japan and you're looking for something that is a little bit more, is a little bit more like the environment you're probably used to at home, and look for the Kenko Mahjong. That'd be helpful. So we have one of those here, right? One of those is Kenko Mahjong.
Thank you for providing context, because I'm pretty sure last time that they were here, I think I broadcast one of their games, and I said, "Oh, healthy Mahjong sounds great," but I didn't know what it actually entailed. So thank you for the context. That's great.
It's interesting as well that the characters they've used for Mahjong are typically the Chinese character for the Jan. I don't know why that would be, but in Japan they're definitely very aware that this is a game from China. So maybe they just want to have a nod to that.
Maybe it's just like maybe it's their clientele, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah. You see, if for the older people who play Mahjong, often it's part of like a Chinese cultural activity. I know that my father-in-law was like, "Oh, Mahjong, that's part of the Chinese cultural activity club." And you're like, "Oh, okay, yeah." So yeah.
Yeah, it's really good that our Mahjong appeals to such a wide range of audiences. It's great.
It does.
But yeah. All right, amazing. Mahjong usually uses Chinese characters. People who are familiar with them often do. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Jen, for the extra context. But yeah, today we'll be seeing on our teams Akiko Motojima representing Team Jankatsu Master from the Saikouisen Nihon Professional Mahjong Association in the East Seat. In the South Seat, we have Mai Arakawa representing Team Mahjong Splash from RMU. In the West Seat, we'll be seeing Uika Seto from Team Heartland, also from Saikouisen Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. And finally, in the North Seat, we have Yuki Kontani representing Team Kenko Mahjong Eito from Mahjong Union. And so, as you said, yeah, as Jen mentioned, Mahjong uses Chinese characters. Thank you so much for the context. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so before we get going, I just want to have a quick little look, if we can, at the scores. Because how are we doing getting this at this point in the game? The score's actually pretty close, actually. Mahjong Splash are doing a little bit of unfortunately with that minus 165, but with a gap of less than 100 between the top 2, there's still definitely time. It's not over yet.
No, and I've said before, as long as you front-loaded your losing, there's definitely time to make up a negative like that.
Alright, so yeah, I can't wait to see how this game is going to go. And the only way to see how that's going to happen is to start it off.
A lot of black in this room. A lot of black.
Yeah, I think it's just to make everything else stand out, right? I always do it. Oh, I love these little establishing shots, seeing how busy the tables are. Honestly, that does seem we have five people playing, 5 groups.
It's quite close in that room, I will say. I've played in that room, and it's little bit more uncomfortable than I'd like. But, you
I
know,
see.
in Japan, you get used to being often the biggest human in the room, so you get
Oh.
very aware of your size.
But all right.
So,
Let me quickly look. I think we're not actually in group 2. I think it's group 3. Looking at the thing. So sorry about that. Just seeing the
yeah.
display on the top left corner. So apologies for that. But here we go. So with the Dora being the 6 of man, the 6 of characters. I know. See, sorry. I'm just saying it in advance in case.
In yourself, yeah. Yeah. So that's not actually the Dora indicator, is the sixth man is the Dora. So for those of you who may have played Mahjong on Final Fantasy 14, for example, infamously, that also showed you the Dora and not the Dora indicator. I don't think it's so much of a problem when you're watching matches because you're not you're subconsciously counting how many tiles, copies of one tile you can see, but I think it's really distressing to see the Dora marked rather than the indicator when you're actually trying to play.
Yeah, it means you've got to do one extra calculation, which
Right.
I guess in a really special situation could be really difficult. But yes, not for these players, of course.
No,
I do think the early call of the hats that we saw, the green dragon from the dealer here, Motojima, I think it's quite good actually because she's got the Dora there, and even though we see a reach, getting an early quick win with Dora as the dealer would be quite nice. Unfortunately, we do see that really fast reach from Arakawa. Look at what Arakawa's waiting on. She is waiting on. I don't know what I would do here if the dealer. She's got a fold, unfortunately. Okay, so actually a 3-sided weight here. The white dragon, which I could see coming out quite easily from Seto here. Yeah,
there it is. There it is. As you said, that was a nice
so
reach, though. I mean, it obviously is great play, but I will say there's a high element of luck in that one to get to that tempi fast and to wait on a tile like the white dragon. That's
The saving grace is because it was such an early reach. It's really hard to defend against, but it's also not worth as many points.
Although, no, and typically you would throw a white dragon into an early reach like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. It is only 2,600 points. It's not the end of the world. I guess the white dragon was technically the better weight, right? Because it gave one extra hand, 2 hands instead of 1. But you can easily recover from this. It never feels good though when you are the player in the east seat. Well, when you're in East 1 and you're the first person to deal in. Mental damage, maybe not actual point damage, but
Arakawa has a nice east draw here because she has 2 copies of that east tile already, which is of course two han, 2 doublers, if that's how you like to think about them. Which is as dealer especially, that's a big thing. So I would not be surprised if we don't see some fast calling from Arakawa.
The other issue with Arakawa's hand is that everything else is just kind of slow, unfortunately.
She can call it. Of course she is.
Yeah. Because the rest of the shapes are really bad. I mean, you can go for an outside hand here and get loads of points.
I was about to say, shame Dave wasn't here because you're like, it's outside. But I don't think necessarily she needs to really like completely focus on the outside hand. I think she just needs to focus on speed.
I think that's absolutely very, very fair. I'm just a little bit scared about being stuck on like a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and just not being quite able to get those tiles, especially when people realize that that's what you're doing. Although with that 3 of bamboo draw.
So Arakawa drew in that 5-man because she is not going to go for that outside hand. It's only extra 1 hand, right? She's already got the 2 hand locked in. She's the dealer. She's going to go for speed. The 5-man gives her a little bit more options to widen those weights.
Yeah, Mahjong is a game about trying to make value, but the value doesn't always have to. You don't have to go for it every time. Sometimes the 1,000 points you win is better than the 12,000 points you could have won but didn't because you got too greedy. But yes, the 5-man did get played though.
Yeah, well, she drew a tile that kind of matched with the other ones, and then allowed her to call in, right? So I imagine she's prioritizing hands, creating a hand where she can call into it. So yeah, obviously
That's
she's going
very
to keep
reasonable.
that one pin. Yeah.
So yeah, Adila does have that amazing hand, but she's not the only one with a good hand right now. I would say, yeah, Seto's got a
No.
very, very good hand building, and Motojima here as well.
Yeah, but Kontani has this potential Sanshoku. If I read fast enough. Ah, now she's got decisions. I think she's gonna want to keep that one bamboo. Yeah, because she's gonna
Yeah.
want to be able to call in the one pin or the one bamboo. It's
Some people always talk about for beginner Mahjong is 5-block theory, right? So when you've got lots of potential shapes, I think there were 6 potential shapes in that hand. So
Yeah.
you have to just make a decision between whether you keep the 6 potential shapes that are bad, or get rid of one of the shapes, have a better 5th one.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think
think I
that's
like the decision there. I think that's very good to get rid of that 7-9
yeah,
shape.
and I think there's other considerations, of course. Once you've already opened your hand up, you can start looking at hands that are easier to call into.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, that is Tempai. But are we going to see an attack here from Motojima? It's not a good weight, but
It's
it
not a good
is
weight.
reach with Adora if she's willing to go with it.
I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I'm with Mototani here. Motojima, sorry. I would not want to. Oh, and
I think
poor.
there's a world where I would make that reach, but probably not of these two.
No, and Arakawa's just drawn the Dora, so she's switching around to be able to accept that, but she calls the one pin. Naturally. Cameraman didn't flick fast enough for us to see that one pin being put together. So
Definitely
I think I
no
mentioned
shout out to
yesterday that this is all done manually, right? There's a manual switcher, so every now and then there's a little error.
Yeah,
But it's a
you got
tough job.
exactly. Shout out to the camera team, especially when something goes wrong. We get to see someone in the background come in and try and fix things because it's not easy. Oh,
Oh,
Tempai.
great draw! Waiting on the 1 or the 4-man, and that's a great. The 1-man weight is great, I think.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen many one-mans discarded unless I'm missing my reading. But yeah, we're not going to ever see the 4-man get played.
I don't know if she draws the 5-man Motojima, she might throw the 4, no?
Maybe. So look. Would I be convinced?
You're right there. The 4-man does seem a little bit better. She is relying on that 1.
I guess if you drew the 5, you could theoretically cut the 5 so and wait on 4-7. Depends on which one seems more dangerous at the time. We haven't seen many Sozu played by anyone on this table, especially middle Sozu, so that is a dangerous zone, at least.
I'm sad for Kontani's Sanshoku hand here.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to get it. And what she's got
Okay,
here,
another
the 8
Tempai.
Tempai, but she's not taking it. This 5 bamboo is obviously frightened her, I guess because it's adjacent to the door.
Yeah, it's a door indicator. And we don't see where any of the door are, apart from the 2 in her hand, of course. But
yeah,
actually, no,
we can see 3.
In...
Yeah,
yes, we can see 3. She can only see 1.
that 4-pin
Definitely...
feels all right personally because you can see the other 4-pin.
Yeah,
3 of the 3-pin. 7 pins
exactly.
out from the dealer. Where are these 1-man?
Very good question.
Have we seen any of them? You're right. I haven't seen any of them.
I don't think we have. Oh, interesting how the Sanshoku was available here. I know I always look at Sanshoku, but I was like, if we were brave enough to cut the 5, we'd have had the 6-8. Then we'd have had the 8-9 for 7-9 mixture sequence. But no, that's crazy. That's crazy talk.
You're a braver man than I. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, so this is good.
Yeah.
So we're Tempai again. Yeah,
6 was played not that long ago. So yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Reach Pinfu on 2-5. I like the awkward pause on the 6. Oh wait, no, because it's being called, of course.
Yeah.
Not quite Tempai though for Seto.
No, Kontani, I think we are going to back away from this now. A slightly aggressive call, maybe, um, but she's not going to follow through with it. Where are these one man?
Very good question. At
This
this
is
point,
where
you
you
think the
want to
odds of
just
someone
pull
drawing
the.
are quite high, right?
Yeah, you just want to pull the
Ah, oh, oh,
that.
oh no!
Oh, sorry,
Tragedy.
Kontani. This is where you really want to pull the dead wall apart, right, to see how many can get buried in there.
Yeah, you should never do that. I know. Even when you're
It's very
reviewing
rude.
logs, this is my top tip. Even when you're reviewing logs, don't look at the wall. Don't do it.
It's not good for your mental well-being, guys.
Only ever going to think, oh, I could have won this,
Yeah.
when realistically it was the worst decision.
But Araka holds on to her dealership, which she will be pleased about, no doubt.
Yeah, 5,000 extra points plus the Riichi stick. It's honestly very significant this early on. And their team needs the points.
Yeah. I mean, so I think we've had this kind of conversation on multiple streams now, but the bonus with the Uma and the Oka for winning on these rule set is huge. So you can see there on the overlay the little white number that says start. That's the team's points going into this match, and the yellow is the calculation if they were to keep at the scores they've got currently. So it can be quite volatile, actually. Even just putting a Riichi stick will suddenly catapult someone up or down. So that's why those numbers are quite variable compared to maybe a slightly gentler rule set, if I may say.
One way to pitch the rank bonus is like it's a standard rank bonus that you'd expect, but it's almost like as if everyone put 5,000 points extra at the start of the
Right.
game into the pot, and the whole 20k went to the person who wins. So it is huge. Yeah,
It's big. Yeah, it makes a big difference. So that's, if Mahjong Splash here can stack up some wins, that deficit, that last place can easily be made up. And they're playing 3 games today, all 3 of which we will be streaming. So you'll be able to see the trials and tribulations, and if they manage to make up some of that negative score.
Speaking of Arakawa, our dragon caller, she's currently in 173rd place, so it's a bit unfortunate in terms of her total score, with a score of minus 123.8 in terms of individual. She is an actress in B2 and RMU. Didn't play last year, and she's never got a first place in a broadcast game. This could be her first. We'll see.
Oh.
But she did win the 2022 Sprint Sun Cup.
I mean, broadcast tables are stressful. It's a lot of pressure.
Yes. I bet as someone who's only been played online, but has been on broadcast tables, even just online, it's still scary.
Yeah. Yeah. Just knowing that, people are judging you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For sure.
It's worse when someone comes like, "Oh, I've always wanted to watch you play, Gemma," and you're like, "Oh God, don't."
I'm going to study everything you do.
Yeah,
Any
exactly.
little mistake, we're going to pick it apart.
Please, you ask like a really innocent question. Oh, so why did you do that? And you're like, "Oh, I didn't look at the door tile."
Oh. Yeah, the other fun fact about her team, at least, is that they didn't specially make the t-shirts. They weren't specially made for Yukan Fuji. They were just like a shirt that Splash was selling, and they thought it looked good, so they decided to wear it.
So you could go to Mahjong Splash and buy their team merchandise, is what you're telling me.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Yes.
There you go. That's the hot tip.
If you like your Yukan Fuji merch, I suppose.
Fashion, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Tenpai
there's
for Arakawa.
Tenpai, but the naughty Peiko Tenpai, because the Peiko has to be closed. The twin sequences Yaku has to be closed.
Yeah, it's not really worth many points, but I could see someone cutting a 2-man pretty early here. I could see it. Probably not from here, but we'll see. How many 2-mans do we do? So I see 3 of them. And I don't know if we're going to see it come out from Seto, but I could see it from Kontani, I think.
I mean, Arakawa here she's doing it right. She's prioritizing the speed. She hasn't drawn any hands where I think there's particular value to be squeezed out of it. So yeah, this is the right direction.
There it goes. But yeah, that's exactly right. I think you make a very good point. Sometimes when you have a chance to win big points and you miss it by making a play, that's one thing. But
And some more points for Arakawa.
the
So
1,500.
she's not going for that one big, dealer mangan, dealer mana, Hanuman hand. She's just going to snipe the points off as she can.
I think the most important trick when you're playing this kind of play is knowing when to back off. That's the most important trick, because going really aggressive for cheap is brilliant as long as you know when to stop. And these players obviously know.
I mean, I know that I'm definitely one of those people who's guilty of dreaming value into her hand and then not being able to change direction once she's decided that her hand's worth a mangan.
I've definitely had games where I've had a dealer streak and I felt invincible, and then that's when I stopped paying attention and down to a Yakuman. I've definitely had that before.
And someone was watching behind you as you dealt into a Yakuman, right? Because that's how it always works.
I don't know if I was streaming or if it was part of an event, but yes. Yes.
And then you got to spend the rest of the week, explaining yourself to anyone who saw it. Yeah, Seto here has a great hand. She just won away, which is super fast and really lots of tile acceptance for her. She's going to be really looking to stop Arakawa's domination. Not much value again, but I think stopping Arakawa just sniping off the points is a good approach here.
The 1-pin 4-man weight. I know it's a pair weight, but I think 1-pin's quite likely to come out if the Riichi does come out here.
Yeah, a 1-pin. If it was a 5-man weight, I'm like, that's not coming, guys. But the 1-pin, I think, is a good weight. No Dora.
Arakawa has 2 of the 2s. So if the Riichi does come out and Arakawa draws 1-pin, I don't know. I'd be tempted to play that. That's all I'm going to say.
I feel that's a lot of your comment. I'd be tempted to play that, but you're not that loose when I see you play. No, I think you're quite defensive.
I like to pretend I'm aggressive. Don't know how aggressive I actually am. I'd be very curious aggressive. I'd be very curious to see what people think about my actual play. Maybe I should submit a game or two to Jen's Prost and just get completely roasted by someone. That could be fun.
So for those of you who are newer to our little community here, Jen runs on her channel. So she has a Discord channel and a YouTube channel of her own. She runs these events where you can submit a game and allow yourself to be roasted by a professional player from Japan. It's not mean. It's a great learning opportunity, but definitely they are quite honest about their opinions of your play style. So if you have time, do check out Jen's channel and see her VODs on those. And if you feel so inclined, join her Discord and maybe submit your own replay for prosting.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be upset. No. Honestly, though, it sometimes really goes a wake up call, right? If you feel like you're stuck, just having someone be brutally honest with everything you've done. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I'm really not doing this, or I really should be doing this. Why haven't I been?
That's the sort of vibe you get when you're a member of a professional league as well. Like they can be brutal, but it's done. I want to say love, but that sounds a little bit too romantic and overly sympathetic. They're doing it with the best of intentions. For you to improve your mahjong. It's not malicious, and I think it's great to be in those kinds of environments.
I remember hearing stories of I can't remember if it was Jen or you saying how someone went to a review and then they were crying at the end of it, but happy crying, but still crying.
Yeah, that definitely happened. Yes, I was there. Yeah, they in a lot of ways being able to release that upset, that frustration at your own play style, but being held for it by your community was a really positive experience overall, I think. So
awesome.
Yeah, maybe think about that when you're doing your own study sessions in your own little group. Seto's hand, whilst we've been talking, has gotten nowhere though.
Yeah, everyone has stalled. There was a 7 pairs hand which just hasn't gotten anywhere. Oh, okay, we have an upgrade here. But everyone else has just been stalling. That's the reason why I decided to. Yeah, I would have stopped us if something had happened, but I feel like it's just not that. This isn't the hand, unfortunately, for anybody here, unless something exciting is about to happen.
I'm going to put Jen's channel link in the chat for people who want to go and see it. I'm not very good at my computer at the moment, though.
I mean, I guess Jen's in chat. If she wants to.
Yeah, it's early morning for her, though, and she's not
That's
commentating.
fair.
Hopefully,
That's
she's
fair.
having a coffee or something. There you go. There is Jen's channel if you want to go and join her YouTube, and then she'll have the links to her socials and her Discord and all of that there. So definitely go and join, like and subscribe Jen's channel. She's a wonderful lass.
And we'll be seeing a lot of her in the Yukan Fuji broadcasts, both past and future. Well, not today.
Yeah, not today. So yeah, Jen also plays in the Yukan Fuji. And oh look, there's the
We do have a call from Kontani. I think Kontani's given up on going for anything valuable this hand, and it's just like, you know what? I want to be Tenpai. Maybe I can go for all simples and just get something cheap, but I want to be Tenpai. And I respect that, honestly, given how this has gone for everybody.
Sometimes you just got to change up the vibes, right?
Yeah.
But Seto, she's Tenpai, finally. But you don't want to be waiting on the 4-man. That's the bit you didn't want. So
but you can not reach, yeah. And if someone is brave enough, we see a second call. If someone's brave enough to play the Green Dragon, it's still live, so I don't think it's going to happen. But if someone was brave enough to play the Green Dragon, you can still take the win for 1,000 points.
As you said, Kontani really is just trying to find Tenpai.
Honestly, I think it's worth it, though. Because sometimes just being Tenpai can be worth 4,000 points, right? If you're the only person Tenpai.
Yeah.
You get 3,000, everyone else loses 1,000. It's 4,000 points to all 3 other players. We see another call.
Wow.
Tenpai on the Dora.
Yeah, inside hand, though, as well. Now we're Tenpai. Motojima's Tenpai now on the 2 or the 5 bamboo, and she's going to stay quiet. She's going to go Dama on this. She's not going to reach it.
One player ready to win on the Dora. One player using 2 Dora, so that kind of shuts that down a little bit. And we see a Ron. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not a Ron. That's a. Oh no, that's the two.
It's Ron.
Yeah. Okay. So, honestly, a rather huge hand here.
So the Motojima's jersey, it's got some 90s vibes on it now. That's a lot of colours.
Yeah, I can see that.
I definitely would have wanted one of those in the 90s. That's all. Yeah,
we were talking about being roasted and not being very happy. Motojima was depressed for a month. Oh, no, wrong player. Seto was depressed for a month after getting a last place in the first session.
Oh, was she?
I've been there, though. I've been there. There are definitely games where you play it, you're like, I'm going to quit Mahjong.
Yeah, do you know what? I used to get that a lot. I don't get that so much now. Now the failures are like water off a duck's back for me. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like that frustration often is a great drive to improve yourself.
I would say it's a good thing, because being frustrated is, like, definitely think about it for a little bit, but like, don't hold grudges to yourself. That's not healthy.
I have held grudges against individual Mahjong tiles before, because I did become convinced that they were out to get me impersonally, which is not a healthy mindset to be in. But here,
but yeah,
I started to think that 3 bamboo might be against me just because all of you love it. I think it's a conspiracy.
I see.
Sometimes it winks at me.
Oh. Are you sure your Mahjong set's not haunted? I think that's your problem. We'll call an exorcist.
Exorcist. We haven't had any particularly exciting draws here, though.
Yeah, the dealer here's got an okay hand, but it's just not the kind of hand you want to be seeing in these 3 with a pair of Souths there. Can definitely still be a pin through with it, though, potentially. But the other pairs don't really excite me that much.
No, and none of these draws are really pushing anyone forward. I guess Kontani's gonna have to decide whether she wants to do a flush, but as draw after draw goes past, not pushing it that way, I feel like that's moving further into the distance.
Yeah, I know Kontani's in last place, but I don't think flush is the answer here. We're not
No,
with 7, 8.
no. She
But
does.
she's changed her mind. Okay.
See, that's curious because as you're about to, I guess you're about to say, well, that 6-9 man weight, is a great weight because waiting on a terminal tile is more likely to win in the end. She doesn't agree with you, Kyrell. She thinks
Oh,
that inside pin weights are the way to go, but she does need some value.
I guess we've seen one, I think 1-6 and 1-9, looking at the discards. So there is that. And also, because you're going for a half flush, you can now call, I suppose. I'm not sure I'd have opened this hand, but if it pays off, it pays off. So I'm cheering for you.
I feel like we're probably both on the same page here in that, yeah, she got away with the first call. Will she get away with another call? And she didn't call that West there. She obviously maybe she thinks that's too obvious. But calling a flush hand becomes really obvious to read, and against players of this caliber, they're not gonna gift it to you.
Yeah. Oftentimes, it's good to think about the range of hands opponent can have. And yeah, would you say
Mm.
the range is very narrow at this point for her
No.
with her calls. I will
I think
say the West is probably going to be her only pair. I imagine she's trying to keep in the option of drawing in, like, say, a 2 or a 5 and having a 2-5 weight left over.
I guess another reason I dispute that call for a flush hand is that she's called a good weight. If she had called the 7 pin for the 9-8 to push a bad weight shape out of the way and lock that in, I think there would have been a better argument for opening your hand for this half flush.
I think that's really interesting
Mm.
because when I do flush, I like to be very aggro about it. But when I'm flushing, it's never subtle. If I'm going to make an open flush,
I'm a subtle flusher. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. I don't know. Are we starting to sound too much like flashers as well? Like me and Kyrell don't run across soccer fields in our
maybe we should say Hornets soon
birthday
then.
suits.
Maybe we should. But the fact is, people know you're going to do it, right? So instead of skipping a call, just say, okay, if you're going to play around this, you're not playing any of this suit ever again in this hand. You're not playing any of this suit ever again in this hand.
Okay, yeah, and I can definitely see that strategy, that tactic. It's a tactic rather than a strategy, right? I can definitely see that working. Yeah.
It is, unfortunately.
But
So I probably even would have called the West in that situation, honestly.
yeah. See, the West again, I'd have been more like to call, but I feel like she's got herself into a situation where she's got so many poor waiting shapes.
Yeah, it could be Toy. It could be all triplets now, thankfully. But
that's a long way to go at this point.
No? Oh no, it can't. It's a 3-4-5. I thought that was a pawn. I'm wrong.
Yeah. She called the 3-4-5. I said she called the best. I think it was the best shape she had in the hand at that time, and I probably would have waited to see if I could keep that as my final weight shape.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah. The other flip side is, of course, that now Motojima will never be able to play the 1 pin in her hand, which has bought time, or at least shut down one person's hand.
Mm.
I mean, this is where maybe I'm too defensive player. Maybe you called me out correctly on this one.
Well, I mean, one of the other problems, of course, that 9 pin is a Dora indicator for her.
Yes. Yes, that's fair.
And we are tempai here now as well.
Yeah, even after making 2 calls, not being tempai on row 3, it doesn't feel great, but
it doesn't feel great, and yeah, and it is only half flush. Like it's not like it's huge. Half flush and a Dora, right?
half
But
flush
it's
and
not.
Dora.
Yeah, it's good value, but at this point, she could easily throw in as well.
Yeah. And there goes the thing I was saying earlier. The thing about making big pushes like this, it's only good when you know when to stop, right?
And these players tend to be good at knowing when to stop. But yeah, I think it was, I think maybe you're right. In the previous hand, she was giving off those vibes of like, I just need to get to tempai. I just need to make something happen. And I'm getting that vibe now from her. But she has now tempai finally on the West and the 9 pin. She's gonna have to throw Suji on the door to achieve it, which I think is a risky, risky
Yes.
business anyway. Um, and really, is someone gonna throw her? One West is already on the table. I think the 9 pin is dead, so she's only waiting on one West.
Yeah, here's my question. If someone does draw that West, do you think it's likely to come out?
No,
Because it was
I
skipped
don't.
the first time.
I don't think it's likely to come out. I think they'll see that she's doing a half flush.
I think that's fair. Yeah, no, you are definitely right, I think. The only
Would you
reason
throw a
I would
West
push
into
her.
this?
No, unless
you
I had
had,
unless I
a
had a
Yakuza or
Mangan.
something.
If I had Mangan Tenpai or more, maybe.
Oh, you do it for a
But
Mangan? Okay, I wouldn't do it for a Mangan, I gotta be honest. Oh, she drew it.
she drew
There
herself.
you go.
You know,
She
fair
drew
enough.
it. Good for you.
If I
I
had a
was
Mangan,
wrong,
especially,
Kontani. I take it all back.
I wouldn't cut a live West for a Mangan, but I might cut a once cut West for him. Maybe.
A once
Maybe.
cut West. That's still live.
I mean,
That's
it's
still
less.
live.
It's mildly less live. It's not like a complete
Oh,
unplayed.
it's a flesh wound. It's still very much alive.
Tis but a scratch.
It is but a scratch. I don't. I think we should definitely avoid the British comedy references.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Yes, then it will be 2000 for 1000. So
I mean,
very good.
if the West had come out like a draw before, or even like 2 rounds, well, maybe, but it'd come out a long time ago. No,
Yeah,
we
I
can't.
do say I might be tempted, and I have no idea what I'd actually do in that situation.
I've been tempted to do many a dumb thing, so doesn't mean it's ever worked out for me. So, I about to say, is the East about to be pulled? Yes, of course. So that is coming in from Motojima. It isn't a 2-hand for her; it's only 1 hand because she's not the dealer, but it's the table wind.
Yes, and she's got Dora. So
And she's got a Dora.
which isn't huge, but it's something.
No, but the scores here are really close.
Yeah,
That hand from Kontani actually pulled everyone back up together, so the pack is running quite close at this point in time.
Yeah, one thing to always think about is if you're within 8,000 points. I mean, it's not quite 8,000, but if you're within 8,000 points, I guess 10,000 you could say it's like a Mangan Sumo. You're gaining 8,000 and losing 2,000. Then you're not out of the game. So
you're never out of the game. Never.
I've definitely had games where I fell out of the game.
No, I've had, that's the one thing I've had some stupendous comebacks. As long as you've got a dealership, it's you're the one who believes dealership is infinity points.
I was quoting a friend, but yes.
Okay. The second-hand belief that I got from you was that dealership is infinity points.
Yeah, I
of course,
try
the flip side is infinity losses, but hey,
that's fair. Yeah. I've definitely been on the receiving end of infinity losses before.
Infinity losses, yeah. So there's not bankruptcy on this. Is a good time to point that out. So there is an option for infinity losses for any of these poor ladies. And we had Tenpai here, so that was a great call from Motojima. Very fast.
Yeah,
very
fast. But very fast. This might be just one of those low-scoring games where everyone is on a knife edge, and one big hand, if someone can make it, will decide it. But yeah. Also, never cut back on the British comedy references. That's why you tune in. Oh, thank you.
Thanks, TJ Condon. Thank you. And
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the one good thing the Brits ever gave the world was Monty Python. And Fernando Moreno, thanks for joining us. Please do like and subscribe if you're new here. We are here at least once a month, sometimes twice, and 3 times a month has happened.
Yeah. And we're doing a giveaway for our yearly goal being achieved. So if you are following the channel, you might be able to get in on that.
But yes. we do our broadcasts in sets of 2. So Thursday and a Friday, to cover the games that have been played at the Yukan Fuji that week.
Yep.
It's quite a complicated schedule.
Yeah, 6 games played on the Wednesday, and we cover 3 of them on Thursday, 3 of them on Friday. I think honestly, if we did a 6-hour stream, it'd be great, but people might get bored if it's all in one go.
I say I'm not that young anymore. But Seto has reached, by the way, guys. Seto has reached on the.
It doesn't matter though. It only gives an extra 1,000 points to Motojima.
Well, an extra 1,000 points on a modest hand, a humble hand. It's a humble scoring hand. It's not so bad, is it? It's 33% more than you'd have had. Oh no, sorry, 50% more. I can do percentages.
It's always worth considering Riichi sticks sometimes, especially when the scores are this close.
Yeah.
Because, everyone is just speeding along. I know we've had a Yakuman winner in this table right now. The Yakuman winner would be... I did look at this. Oh gosh, why am I not finding it now? Oh no.
So behind the scenes of our little broadcast, poor Jen works tirelessly to collect all the materials, write us scripts, write us a play-by-play, give us information on all the players, because Jen is our person on the ground. She's playing in the event. She also does little interviews for us. So, we really do appreciate your support. It makes all of that effort, mostly of Jen's, worth it. It really does. I know she gets a lot of pleasure from hearing the feedback from everyone. So,
Jen does so much work behind the scenes. It's honestly impressive.
I don't know where she finds the energy. She's amazing.
Yeah. Yes, a Yakuman winner in their first session. Session 2. But her first session that she played would be Seto. She's currently 18th place in terms of the overall scores, with a score of 123.5.
There's two streams. There's the team scores and then your personal scores, your individual scores. So both streams, I don't know what you call it, tournament streams will get you into a final of some description. Obviously, it must feel better if you get to go with your friends, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it to both finals, that's even better, right?
Yeah, that would be the goal. But if you played on the World Riichi Online Team League, maybe you were on a team where your teammates didn't do quite as well as you.
Oh.
It's but then that's the purpose of a team, right? You'd hope that people would help each other out to get their scores up where they need to be, but it's just Mahjong sometimes. It just sucks.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even if your team is the best players in the world, you think in a league, as long as Roddle, you could probably play enough games that it wouldn't matter so much, but sometimes, bad results happen, and that's okay. That's Mahjong.
Yeah. And the Roddle was a tough league, a tough online league. You're playing against Japanese professional Mahjong players, people who have made a career out of playing Mahjong. And for most of us, Mahjong is something we get to do in our free time. I'm sure lots of us would like to do it as our main career. That's unfortunately not possible yet.
Is there still time to do the Roddle Sanma League that's coming up in a month?
Yes. So we got it. If you like Sanma 3-player Mahjong, we have a World Riichi Online Team League 3-player mode. I'll put the link down in the chat as well. You can join as an individual as well, and we'll match you up if you don't have friends who play Sanma.
Yes, that's definitely going to be an interesting thing, I think. I don't know why Sanma gets so much hate. I as someone who plays it occasionally, I can't play it. I can't play it every day, but as someone who has played Sanma and does enjoy it, I don't understand why it gets so much hate.
And it's super popular in Japan. All of the professionals play Sanma, and partly it does good for your 4-player game, right? Because it's uber aggressive.
It's an efficiency train,
and it's very
you have to think
fast.
about your own, especially more complicated shapes sooner, because you're more likely to have sort of weirder shapes, right? When you've only got 2 suits. Also, I should probably say that we do have a player in Tempai right now, that being the dealer here, Motojima. No, wait, that's not a 2. I don't know why I thought it was a 1, 2, 3. So I'll take it back.
I know you read it. I was just like, am I reading it wrong? But yeah, I mean, exposure to Mahjong of all forms is great. There's a form Mahjong that I know Kuroki plays a lot called Bu Mahjong, which is crazy rules, but getting exposure to some of the mechanics that might be a little less exposed in 4-player is a great way to improve. So don't hate on it. Don't hate on the 3-player. I've hated on the 3-player, I know, so I'm completely the pot calling a kettle black now. But yeah,
I'm always down to try new rules. Maybe I won't play them more than once, but I'm always down to try new rules.
Yeah.
Also, I'm very excited about this flush, but I just don't. I mean, it was only halfway through the hand, but it's just seems a little bit slow. Also, I do see the Dora here. I just want to talk about the hand just for a second because there is Tempai. It just wasn't Motojima.
There's a reach. Yeah, there's a reach.
Yes. Arakawa waiting on a 6, unfortunately. Not the greatest weight, but given she's the only player in Tempai, and I think it's perfectly fine to reach hands like that.
I think Kontani felt felt that last time Reach worked for me, so Reach a flush worked for me, so I'm going to do it again. Do you ever feel like particular Yaku chase you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm not the only one then.
It is probably just baseless paranoia, but yes.
Yeah, it's definitely confirmation bias, definitely. But yeah,
I think usually it's just 7 pairs. That happens a lot. Just I get a 7 pairs attempt once, and I'm like, oh, why is every hand just like 4 pairs? Well, I don't want this.
It's like you can't see anything but that one Yaku ever again. It's not very exciting. I've got to be honest. This hand,
I'm pretty excited. We've got a player who's Ishan 10 with Dora 2. We have a player who's flushing. We have a player who's in Riichi but with a bad weight. I think this, if the 6 wins, then that's less exciting. But with that upgrade, this half flush closed could be worth a lot of points.
Yeah, you're gonna start reading the weights on that. I mean,
unfortunately,
I find it harder to read the weights on characters than I do the other suits as well.
Unfortunately, we see a backfire from the dealer.
Yeah.
Drawing in the 7 after having cut the 8.
That's just Mahjong.
Yeah, it's always awkward, right? When you've got a 4-6-8 shape. The rule of thumb I use, and it might not be the best, is if I'm going to call, I'll keep the pairs. If I'm going to try and stay close, I'll keep the 4-6-8 to try and draw in the 5 or the 7. But I guess the 3-3-4 so also makes that shape just a little bit. It's like an extra spanner in the works. It just makes it a little bit trickier to make that decision. Which is such a shame.
That's one thing I'd recommend if you're moving, some like beginner, intermediate, and you're moving further. You've got to think as well about not just block theory, but how those blocks can interact with each other. They're not islands, they're not silos. They do interact with each other depending on their proximity. And so there is a risk that if you're sat there going like, this is block 5, this is block 6, and there's a risk that you start to neglect the way those blocks can interact with each other and even poach each other's tiles.
Exactly. Sometimes blocks sort of overlap very nicely. Oh, that's Tempai, but the 8 is not safe. But with Dora 2, I think you just have to go for it.
Yeah, I'd go for it.
Yeah. There are definitely times where
it's weight as well. Absolutely appalling. 3-6. There's Suji. This must be why she's hesitating, but she's going to do it, and I think she has to.
Yeah. I think it's anything in her discard that might convince someone to discard a 3 or a 6. I don't know. It's just no. But at the end of the day, if she sumos with Dora 2, potentially Dora 3. Wait, no, it's just Dora 2.
Yeah, it's Dora 2. Yeah.
Oh, it's Dora 3, she draws the 5.
Yeah. Oh.
But
so Kontani gets her touch. She's Pinfu Tempai on the 6-9 man, right?
And that is a win on that 9-man. Yes, exactly.
Flash hands are stalking Kontani. It's not a conspiracy. This is basically science now.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, though, flushes are very easy to make, and I think I like the fact she kept it closed as long as she could. I think she chose to open it at the right time.
Compared to her other hand, the other flush hand she opened, I felt much happier with that open.
Yeah, well, I mean, fair.
Yeah.
But if you can get it closed, the extra hand from it, especially when you combine the extra hand with Reach,
yeah,
I think it could be very, very profitable. But it has been profitably when open. Kontani back in first as we go into South 2. But scores are still close, as I say. Whenever you're within 10,000 points, all you have to do is build one good hand. You don't even need the other player to deal in. Just build a Mangan and draw it yourself.
Just draw a Mangan. How well does that work out for you?
I mean, against pros, not as often as I'd like, but
because they steal your flow. They like suck your flow. They're like flow sponges. You're just sat there enjoying your time at a mahjong table, and they're like vampires.
I see.
Flow vampires. Yeah, it's what they teach you at pro school.
Motojima here, maybe doesn't have the value, but definitely has the speed. So maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's why you win a cheap hand. Someone's got a really good start, and you're like, no, I'm just going to win 1,000 points. Now all your
Yeah.
flow is mine.
Exactly. Do you not feel the most deflated when you're there building like some Hanuman beauty, and then someone's like, "Ah, 1,000 points." You're like, "You, I hate you." That's the vampire move.
I see.
Uh-huh.
I, I, I'm less affected by that than I used to be. That's what I'll say. I definitely used to be more.
Kontani has got a straight here. She's moving away from the flushes. She's obviously got tired of the Yaku, and she's like, "Okay, let's try for straights."
Especially when you are only one away from completing that, just needing the 9. And even if you don't get the 9, it's still a 3-sided weight to finish that shape off. So
Yeah.
really, really nice to be seeing there.
She's not going to call it though. I can say that with a lot of confidence because you just would not call that.
Unless I drew 5-man. Maybe I would then.
Why?
'Cause
5-man's not the door, 4-man's the door.
Oh, that's why. That's correct. Dang it.
Yeah. No, if 5-man's the door and she drew a 5-man, definitely you should call.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'd be yes, I had a loopsy moment.
Sorry.
That's fine.
So we're Tenpai here. Sorry. Are we? No, we're not Tenpai. Sorry, I misread the.
Yeah,
it's not
one
2
away.
minutes. Yeah, one away. One away. Sorry.
But with a chance of an upgrade to a pure sequence. I think it's interesting that I think the one the bamboo came out there. That felt wrong to just like a quick glance. I'll have another look when the hand comes back around, but just because of that chance of pure sequence, I was thinking maybe we keep a pair, and now we've just got the 1, 2, 3 shape and don't have a pair. If we did draw, I think the 9 pin. Oh no, we still got a pair. It's the 5 pin. That's fine.
Yeah. I know Kontani's keeping the 5-man because it's adjacent to the door. If she draws the door, obviously she's going to want to draw that in. That'll make the potential straight much more exciting. It's just, yeah. Oh, there you go.
There's Dora. So all simples is the new plan. Maybe even mixture of simples. Maybe even Sanshoku.
I like that. I like that move. And you think that's the sort of thing that sometimes I get locked into. I'm like, oh, straight because it's an obvious one, right?
Yeah.
And you start to lose sight of the better improvements that you could move towards.
I think they're worth about the same, but the benefit of going for all simples here is you can stay closed if you want. So you can open if you want. But also, I'm seeing 3 for 5. I'm getting excited about that. I know.
Yeah, just imagine all simple Sanshoku. We're now an Adadora. Now we're talking big points.
But here's the thing: just because you have a big hand doesn't necessarily mean it's worth anything unless you don't actually manage to win with it.
But do you call? Do you call this? That's the real question here.
No.
You as Kontani wouldn't call. It'd be open Sanshoku, so 1. Or simples, another 1, and a door. It'd be a 3-hand. At this point, I think it would be worth calling.
I guess. It feels wrong to me, but
it feels wrong, but you're convinced.
Yeah. It feels wrong, but also I see the merit. I see it.
But calling the straight would not have given you that many points.
Exactly, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. 1 hand would have been pretty depressing. I guess with 2 hand with Adora, but still. Yeah,
you wouldn't be combining the Sanshoku, the all simples. So that's why making that move was the strongest thing to do.
I also like the keeping of safe tile there because the touch you had before wasn't helping her at all. And
Tenpai.
Oftentimes I say safe tiles are bad, but when your hand is basically locked in, I think keeping something like that green dragon for this moment exactly is kind of perfect.
Safe tiles is never wrong. I just want everyone to know that.
It's lower expected value, right? Because it means you're less likely to win.
This is maybe where you're more aggressive than me in that I often do stack safe tiles. I like a safe tile.
Yeah. I think there's a time and place for them. Like for example, there when the hand was basically locked in, we were already giving up on the 1-2, so we were locking in the mixture sequence.
Especially for the e-pads around, unbroken e-pads is a whole pan or doubler of the points in and of itself, so it can be super powerful. So if you can just avoid that first round deal in, it's worth it. And Kontani is Tenpai, but not on the Sanshoku, and she throws in anyway on a 258 weight.
Yes.
From
Only two hands,
Arakawa.
but very huge, especially with the Riichi stick. It's going to put Arakawa in first place.
Yeah, it's a good for Arakawa, and she keeps a dealership, so
this game's been so
good
close.
times. Yeah.
I like seeing someone go for massive hands, but also the games where nothing ever happens like that, and you just sort of sit here anxious.
Oh, they've drawn the wrong tiles. Look, the pros make mistakes sometimes too. They also can't count the numbers on the dice.
It's all right. It was handled. I don't think anyone got to see the tiles yet, thankfully.
But
So,
just
yeah.
Yeah, just to remember, there is absolutely no reason to get shirty. We are all human, and you are going to misread the dice sometimes, or sometimes just misread your tiles. The number of times I have thought or tried to manifest the right tiles into my hand, and then realize after I've reached that I didn't have a Tenpai hand at all.
Yeah,
more than I would like to admit.
As someone who has played in real life Mahjong, but not that often, I haven't made any huge errors like that, but it's going to happen eventually.
It will happen to you, yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's especially on the character tiles. I think it's more often it's easier for it to happen. There was one horrible moment in the European Championship where I picked up a 9-man, and I was like, there can't be 5 9-man. Oh my word, nope. I don't have Tenpai at all, and I was in reach, so
I think my biggest weakness is not misreading my own hand, but with character tiles, I'm misreading them when they're sideways.
Oh yeah.
So I've definitely had moments where I'm like, oh, you cut a 5. Oh no, it was a 6. Oh, I don't know a 5. Oh, okay. That's happened to me before, for sure.
My favorite is a no Tenpai reach where you then just spend the entire game willing someone else to win.
Yeah, please
don't care if it's me. I'll
throw
into you if you have to. Don't make me tell everyone that I'm an idiot.
Well, so yes, that initially was incredible. I should probably go back and say it's still very good. Oh, but everyone's hand here is doing pretty well.
Yeah, Motojima's hand is nice.
Not got the value, but
yeah, moving quickly. Arakawa is.
I think it's definitely worth going for cheap here, if only it's just to stop Arakawa from pulling ahead even more. So
I mean, this 8-pin here in Motojima's hand is probably the trouble for her. It's not going to be an obvious point where you can discard that.
Yeah, knowing when to discard Dora, it's definitely something that I think you see a lot from players, right? A lot of beginner players will decide to discard Dora really early, and I'd argue too early. And maybe I've gotten to the point where I discard it too late.
Sorry, she threw that 9-pin that would have made that Dora useful. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, you are right. People can do too early and too late. Yeah.
But yes.
So are you too early, too late?
I used to be too early. I think I might now be too late. Or never, in fact.
Oh, never. But that's the way you're supposed to play, is what the books tell us.
That's good, is it? Okay, fair.
Yeah. As Nikaido Aki says, the Dora is your lover. You don't discard your lover, do you?
I mean, no.
You can write that on your Tinder profile. The Dora is my lover, and I will treat you like a Dora. So I'm just going to patent now the idea of a Mahjong player dating app.
I mean, I could see it. I could see it happening.
At least you can find someone who won't get irritated at your weird obsession. The fact, you waste all your time and money on pushing plastic around a table. No, that's Warhammer, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely more that than Mahjong. Like Mahjong, you only really, I guess, you pay for events.
Tenpai here, by the way.
Just a nice little pin for you. Choosing to Dharma again, not many worth many points, but I guess as dealer with a lead, maybe you just want to keep your position and move the game along.
I'd be tempted, but the thing is, I think on the flip side, as dealer, I'd be tempted to reach it to push other people off their hands.
Yeah, if you reach that 8-pin, it's never coming out.
But she may have made an assessment that it's unlikely to push people off their hands because of the tight point differentials. people know that they can't. There's only 2 dealerships are left after Arakawa. They know that they can't let her keep moving forward. But we do have a reach now, so it'll be interesting to see whether Arakawa does now reach and chase. Oh, well, she doesn't have to because she draws it herself. There you go.
Don't you love not having to make decisions? Just having the problem solve itself.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Also, gosh,
stand by the river and watch the bodies go by is often the best strategy.
But yeah, with that, I'm not saying the lead's comfortable yet, but it is above 10,000 points. So, I mean, maybe just don't get comfortable, but just like maybe you can breathe once, can have one breath, just like, okay.
Now that's Arakawa's style now. I think Arakawa, when she gets the dealership, she just push.
That's fair.
Mm.
But all right.
And I've mentioned this on previous streams, but if you are a offline player or thinking about playing offline, one thing I'd like to point your attention to is the way she puts the continuation sticks as 100 sticks out. That they are perpendicular to the table edge, they're not parallel. If you put them parallel, they're quite easy to kind of like slip under the lip and be not visible to your fellow players, which is kind of rude, right? Because information that they need to be able to scan. So, if you're playing, especially on those junk mats where there's always 2 players where there's a tendency for the mat bit to slip lower and the top to kind of come up and like consume sticks. You should definitely place them exactly like she's placed them here.
I love that advice. That's great. Yeah.
It makes Gemma happy as well, and I deserve to be happy. So yeah, and I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more aggression from the other ladies as well, right? I think
absolutely.
Ella had a flavor of Arakawa's style, that she is a bit like a dog with a bone when it comes to her dealership, and she's not going to let go of it easily. She's going to keep going for those smaller, faster hands. And I guess there's 2 ways to do this. You can try and outspeed her, which I don't think I'd recommend if I was in Motojima's position, or you can try to find that big value.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if someone is pushing, like a lot of the times, this is something you shouldn't necessarily rely on. But when you see a player who's going cheap repeatedly, maybe then you can start thinking, okay, so they're probably just going cheap. I can push a bit more. Maybe I can.
Yeah, because you don't have to worry so much about throwing into another, a small hand. So, and this is where Arakawa might start to struggle, because it might be a loss of respect for her dealership and her dealership reaches. Because, okay, well, what if she wins another 1,500 point hand? Does it really matter when I want to be locking in second or still trying to go for first? People won't want to throw into the others, but they might not care for Arakawa anymore. They might not be putting their full attention over there. Does that give Arakawa an option to start building a sneaky mangan and just annihilate everyone on the table? Yes, obviously. But these are the kind of meta games that start being played out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know I've definitely had that thought where, they're just going cheap, and then you deal into 12,000 points. Like,
yeah.
They weren't going cheap. But
and you need to have that awareness. Like, what have I told the table about myself in the previous hands? What are they potentially thinking about me, and how do I use those assumptions as an advantage to myself?
Exactly, yes. And it's just a tool, right? You say the players are going to be like maybe not respecting as much, but that's just a tool. So they're still going to be looking at the discards you make. But if they think discards are leading down a certain way, and your behavior before that point also suggests that that's what they're doing, then maybe you're a bit more confident of that. But yeah, if you see something weird, then probably another. But here we go. We've seen yet another call.
Yeah. Arakawa's going to go fast.
And yeah, after that call, I'm just like, okay, it's 1,000 points. I don't care now.
Yeah. Well, obviously, it's 1,500. She's dealer, but yeah. I'm not going to be frightened of it. I'll keep building my powerful, expensive hand. However, I'm not seeing any of the other girls having a powerful, expensive hand at this point, which is kind of unfortunate for them. But Arakawa is tempai there on a 3/6 man.
We are seeing Motojima take a step back though, but a step back to include an extra hand of value, going for all simples by cutting the pair of 9s. I don't know if that's in response, sort of in retaliation.
Like I think, because Motojima doesn't have another dealership left, she needs to pick up value. A short, fast hand is not going to help her in her position. She needs value anywhere she can find it. So that has to be her priority.
That's fair, yes. Everyone else's hand just doesn't quite get in there, unfortunately.
No. Arakawa, she does have the luck of the devil, it seems, on her dealerships. So Motojima there can now call her hand into Tenpai.
The 4-1 was a bit of a push, but it is going to pass. It's also, I think, going to give information to the other player with 4-part.
Kontani's hand's not looking great here. So she's... Yeah, I mean, Motojima's hand is really... There is no value there, is there? These south tiles are worrying people because, south is obviously worth 2 hands to Seto.
Yep. And if someone's called one Yakai, they're more likely going to call the next one if they have a pair.
Exactly.
But that is a free pass. The 1-1's pass. We might see the other south come out. There we go.
Yeah. And then for the door of all things as well. So there's some of the value that Motojima will be looking for. The 9-man.
It's a nice draw with 2 Dora. I think it's pretty exciting. The question is, what do you do? Do you cut the 1-man? Okay. Yeah, I think 1-man would be fine.
I think you have to, and think that maybe you're going to have to try and get this into an all simples or a tateniu. I just don't see an obvious direction for a Yaku, no?
The other good option here is, because we cut the 4 earlier, maybe we're looking to reach and wait on the 1-man. Could be part of the plan. We do see only 1 is remaining. 1 is a door indicator, of course, but...
We're slowly moving towards the end, but it doesn't matter because Arakawa is going to use her flow to pick up some more points here.
Yeah, only 300, 500, but with the Riichi sticks and the repeat counters.
So it's 500 all, and then 2 repeats, so it becomes 700. Do you know what? Scoring as dealer is always the worst because it's the one you get the less opportunity on. And if you have experiences like me and you never win on dealership, it's just such a rarity. You're like, what is this? You get extra points as dealer? No one told me this.
It's fine. Dealerships and Urdor are the other people. We have to win by Yaku.
That's the lazy way to win. We win through blood, sweat, and tears.
Honestly, it does feel like that sometimes. I just like, I don't get error. Oh, you got error 3, okay. And it's probably just confirmation bias, but at the same time... Oh, what an interesting start here for Seto. Anyway.
Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the sort of draw you want to see, isn't it?
Oh, everyone's getting very interesting starts. I know it's technically a 5 dragon start. I wouldn't call it a very real dice Langan because 2 of them are singles, but
definitely want to see a little bit of action, I think, on this. I think there's probably a little bit of pent-up frustration, right? This is the one thing that you don't get when you're playing online. You don't get to have that atmosphere at the table, right? Where you can start to feel the other. I'm starting to sound like a psychopath, and I don't mean this to come across this way. I'm not a sociopath, I promise. But having that natural tension, can really,
I guess you're actually on the other table. You don't just have to make reads about someone's discards, right? You could theoretically try and read their faces or something like that.
Yeah, I think people don't tend to telegraph their emotions too much on their face, especially if they're at this kind of level. However, everyone knows that when that reach hits the table, you can feel this sort of unconscious communication between the other players of like, oh no, it's dealer reach.
I feel like if you're on the same table, you'd probably be able to tell if I had a good hand. I feel like you'd be able to tell. But the rest of some really bad at hiding it, whereas these professionals who are very good at hiding this kind of stuff.
No, I did have so Jamie sometimes he comes to document Mahjong tournaments for us. He did complain once that when he took me to a Mahjong parlor to do some filming, he was like, Gemma, you don't smile, you don't react, you don't do anything. You are sucky in front of the camera. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. But, there's been a conversation in M League about this, right? Because more and more of those M Leaguers are making facial expressions. I think there's a really funny photo of Nikaido Rumi making a sort of pursing lips face. It used to be that you really shouldn't be making these kinds of facial expressions at all in your competitive games, but I feel that kind of rule, that unspoken rule, has started to loosen a little bit, and it's becoming a bit more like poker.
As a viewer, I do like watching people be happy when they win.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes these people win and they're holding trophies and they look so miserable. I'm like, dude. Oh, reach with a Sanchoku. I'll make nice Sanchoku.
Yes.
Motojima, which this is the big hand. This is the big hand that changes the direction of this game. And she needs it. She's got no dealer. She's got no dealership left.
It's a good way too, I think, right? I do see that there's a decent chance of that 9 coming out.
Nine's a great way. Yeah,
There's a decent chance of 9 coming out from Kontani too.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be disasterific for one of these players.
Disasterific.
I have no idea where I got that phrase from, but it's funny, so I keep saying it. But the 7 mark comes into save. Okay, amazing.
We're working on the 9 pin, right? 9 pin.
Oh, it's 9 pin, not 9 man. Okay, I take everything back.
No, so I completely misread the 9 man. I think I misspoke and said 9 man, so it was my fault. I would take the blame for this one. And we are Tenpai. I keep saying Pinfu, not Tenpai. We are Tenpai on the 7 man.
Yes, this one is explicitly not Pinfu, but it's still.
But this is Seto.
Didn't it?
Seto is making, Motojima is her closest rival, so she's making these calculations. Well, I can't let Motojima push me off. I have to keep fighting against Motojima. So she's now going to be doing that.
I think it's times I think this is the reason why I call myself an aggressive player. Because when you have this sort of stalemate with 3 players that are really close to each other, and maybe this is just normal for professionals, but like having the bravery to be like, okay, I know this isn't the most likely thing to win, but I want to get first place. I'm taking the risk.
But I will counter that. There's a difference between aggression and courage. You're a courageous player.
Thank you.
Take that. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, interesting draw there. Helps out.
Where are these 9 pins?
There's one Suji makes it awkward, right?
Oh, the 9 pin is actually, there's only one left, right? So it's not a great outlook for Motojima. I guess it would still be Pinfu Riichi, which could
you never know.
Push it.
You only need one.
Place. You do only need to draw it once.
Not quite Tenpai, but a very interesting chance. I guess just play the Dora Suji. It's fine. I whether I had a bravery too, I'm not sure, but it passes. So
I think Arakawa maybe should be sort of pulling back a little bit here. I know it's a dealership, but not throwing points in is possibly the right attitude here.
Yeah, with 3 players Tenpai, it's It might be really bad for Arakawa though. If this goes to exhaustive draw, Arakawa loses 3,000. Everyone else gains 1,000.
Yeah.
Like we say, oh, the Eito payment's just 1,000 points, but it's 1,000 points to everyone. So
yeah, true.
I wonder if that's going to change things up a little bit.
Kontani has been pretty brave to hold that Tenpai as well. How many draws do we have left? I can't see. We've got 3 more draws, haven't we?
Oh, will anyone?
I really want to see this Sanshoku.
Arakawa just not quite Tenpai.
No.
It would have been nice to see.
Draw. So another nice thing if you are newer to playing offline Mahjong is that you should declare your Tenpais in the wind order. starting with East. Not just all sort of chuck them down willy-nilly.
Yeah, I think that's
So,
fair.
yeah, Eternal Roxas makes a really interesting comment that as broadcasting is becoming more emotional, and that humanization is really important for people to be drawn into the event and the event storyline to improve their viewing experience. I completely agree with you, Eternal Roxas, and there have been articles coming out in Japan talking about how the advent of M League has changed the face of the Mahjong community completely, because it used to be that people played Mahjong. It was all about going to the parlors, play. Everyone who was involved in Mahjong was a player. But now, a lot of the people who are watching M League may never have even played Mahjong. They know the rules, they know the game, but they don't go out to the parlors to play the game. So, in some ways, we're starting to see that kind of football soccer dynamic where, I don't know if anyone here is a football fan, but certainly my husband I've not seen him kick a ball for very, very many years, but he will watch it religiously. And we're starting to get that kind of dynamic, and that sort of filters through into a lot of things in Mahjong. For example, the rule choices are starting to be driven by what makes a good spectacle, and maybe less what makes good quote unquote Mahjong. So I'm not commenting on whether this is good or bad, just an observation.
That's fair. But yeah, I bet you guys can't wait for my heel turn when I start just being really disparaging to everybody all the time. just talking smack. We need a Mahjong villain to become a hero to then beat me in a tournament or something. But
I just don't think Mahjong is a great game for smack talking, though, because despite it being a competitive game, it is actually super collaborative.
Yeah, and also because it's using luck, you can't really. I mean, you can talk mean about someone, but like, they can still, like, if you win, you might have just won because you were luckier, not because you actually played better.
Yeah, and I think the great Mahjong players know that their wins are probably a lot down to luck, and their losses are a lot down to their skill. Yeah.
Especially when everyone's at a really high level. Also, we have someone tempo already, but especially when everyone's at such a high level.
Talking about high level,
you'd expect the win rate to be pretty balanced, all things considered, with everyone. Yeah. But yes, our tempo player here, Arakawa.
Yeah, Arakawa's gone. She's not lost that lead. The lead's still there, but it's probably a little tighter than she was hoping at the end of a dealership.
It's mostly comfortable, but yeah, as I say, 10,000 points being that sort of marker that you always look for, and you're not quite 10,000 points ahead right now, thanks to that.
And her
nota payment.
Closest rival, Kontani, still has a dealership.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, all three players here just chomping at the bit to try and get that first place bonus, and maybe they smell blood in the water. Like, there's time, and all it takes is one good hand.
Yeah.
Looking at Kontani's hand here, I always see Sanshoku, but 567 definitely achievable here. I say it's achievable. I don't necessarily mean it's guaranteed, but
it's
definitely
interesting
achievable.
that Arakawa did not take the 7 pin
It
to make her a 6-9 pin. She would have been fully 10. Or did I miss that?
And we see 3 of the 9s discarded.
I can see the 9 in her discard pool now. Yeah. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, 3 of the 9s, 2 of the 6s discarded. It was but in any other situation, I agree with you. Yeah, 6-9 would have been way better.
But this is one of the interesting things that Mahjong is, compared to Texas Hold'em Poker. Texas Hold'em Poker is a great game for broadcasting. As you got your community cards, it's easy to display just 2 cards for each player. Mahjong doesn't have those benefits, right? We've got 4 hands to look, they're long, and we have the center of the table with the discards. And I'm one of those people who's not really a fan where they try to cut the screen into 4 with the discards in the middle. I think it's too much information for my poor little brain. But I think it's fundamentally a more difficult game to broadcast. You can tell it was invented before the video camera.
That's fair. So very interesting call there from the dealer. just trying to think. Seto only made one call, and she's now Atsuki waiting on the east there to give herself a way of chance of winning this hand. But given her situation, given she's dealer, I kind of respect it. It's just a lot of things need to go right for Seto to win this hand.
Yeah, she needs to win it.
Motojima getting a very good pickup there. She's trying her best. She doesn't have leadership left. She's trying her best. A housewife who made Mahjong life's work. A breast cancer survivor who just came back to Mahjong this season. So, respect.
Senpai here, Kontani. Yeah.
Yeah, with the reach that's always tricky. We did see the early 3-so discard, but I would not be brave to play 2-so there, I don't think.
Yeah, you can see the reach stick and the continuation sticks. They're a little untidy for my liking, but you can still see that they are visible perpendicular to the edge of your table, so it's obvious. Obvious to see, obvious to scan.
Yeah, for us, we get a nice little overlay on the top left corner. We can see there 3, 6, 4 repeat counters. But yeah, for the table, it's just nice to be nice and organized. And we are seeing people fold here to this reach, but not Arakawa. Actually, I don't think that's too bad a push, to be honest. It might have actually been the safest tile in the hand, but kept Senpai as well. So we'll see if she manages to pick up a win. And she does! Shutting down that Riichi. And pretty much confirming her first. I mean, we don't know for sure.
I wouldn't call it yet. I wouldn't call it yet. Kontani's got a dealership. No.
Yeah, okay. I'll knock on wood. For the rest of everyone else on the table, I'm knocking on wood. But I always talk about the 10,000 point gap, and she's more than 10,000 points ahead now.
Now she's comfortable.
So I guess from Kontani, given that she's dealer, it's not a 10,000 point gap, it's a 16,000 point gap that you should be worried about, I suppose. Given that she could get her Mangansu being a little bit more
she doesn't have to win it on this hand. She can use the Arakawa strategy and just keep sniping. Arakawa, I guess, is to make an assessment on her initial draw. Is this a fast hand that I can shut down this table and take my win? Or am I going to have to build safety? I'm going to have to build exit routes so I don't throw in. And I guess some people would argue there is a third tactic in that you throw into Motojima Seto a small hand. I really would not recommend that. I think that's super dangerous. I wouldn't do it ever.
I have done it. It has both worked well and badly. So yeah, it's a tough thing to do. I'm looking at the bio for Kontani, and she's been here for 2015. She says her defense level is only 0.99, and I don't know what that means. I was wondering if
0.99 mean? Yeah, what's the scale?
What does defense level mean?
The scale of 100?
Apparently means she's very aggressive, but I'm really curious to see what that. Maybe I'll have to ask Jen at some point.
Yeah. So is there like a secret rating that I don't know about?
What's my defense rating? What's my defense level? Can I level up my defense? But I'm sure
they're it's like skill points in an RPG, right? You can level up your defense, but you're gonna have to, redistribute those points from somewhere else.
That's true. Yeah.
Really, if you have your skill points, you should just dump them all on luck and don't worry about anything else.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Luck is my dump stat, unfortunately. Yes, here we are in South 4. We could be here a while if Kontani manages to keep winning, but what does everyone else have that could stop this?
I mean, Kontani's second. She's not going to want to give up. Kontani's probably got the biggest internal conflict here. She is better off keeping her second place and than risking it for first, right?
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind is that her team is currently in second place, and she is 2 positions ahead of the team in first. So the gap is going to be closed by a lot just because of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
As long as Seto doesn't win, of course.
Yeah.
Looking at
And
Seto's hand, I'm not sure if it's...
kind of these two kind of sometimes conflicting metrics for success, right? She's got what's going on the table and what's been going on the team cumulative scores. I think my advice to her would be to fold if she feels that she's at risk, because losing that second place isn't worth it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd even take. I mean, the fourth place isn't. Yeah, the fourth place is quite punitive as well.
Now, I was saying Seto's hand looked pretty bad, but we are starting to see some pairs develop in there. Maybe deciding to switch to a 7 pairs hand? There'd be some value. I was thinking it was going to be some sort of horrible Riichi only, but...
I don't like 7 pairs.
I love 7 pairs, I just don't go for it very often because it doesn't work out.
How can you love it? It's the most harsh mistress on the Mahjong table. Love you back.
Yeah. And that's it used to.
It used to. See, Dora loves you back. 7 pairs will never love you back.
I got away with some terrible, terrible things against beginner players with 7 pairs, and I thought that led me to believe it was way better than it actually was.
Yeah. I think there was a dynamic in Europe for a while where, like, for some reason, I think when we were, because we used to not allow an open inside hand, and then they changed the rules so we could have called inside hands, and that was just like, it was just so easy to win against people because they didn't have it in their heads that called inside hand even existed. Oh. So yeah, I felt like it was super powerful. I could just call Dora into my open inside hand, and then people caught on. People got wise.
It's the man gonna draw effect, except you can actually win it. Man gonna draw is my favorite Yaku, just because 9 times out of 10, the person who wins it doesn't necessarily know they've won it, and sometimes there's at least someone on the table will not see it coming. And so you get to have that lovely experience of, wait, what? Did I win?
Yeah, so Seto's going for the 7 pairs.
We do see a Dora.
Dora has come out, yes, from Kontani. She does not want it. She cares not for her lover.
Get a bit early, and also it looks like maybe we go for 7 pairs. Maybe we go for all simples here as well as a way of trying to continue the dealership. If we are going to be going for first place. But I do think this is kind of a hand that Kontani's going to likely fold at some point soon.
Well, I mean, it's not just going for first place. It's making sure someone else doesn't build something whilst you're sort of...
Yeah, exactly.
Floating along, really.
Yeah, we do have obviously. Senpai. Okay, yes.
She's not reaching, though.
No, I don't think she needs to. She's happy to just not.
No.
If you sumo, great. If someone else reaches, you can fold.
Exactly. She can react to what happens on the table if necessary, whereas, declaring Riichi locks you in. You cannot move.
Yeah, if Arakawa was closer, I'd argue Riichi is probably the best decision, but just no, not from this. You don't need to.
I think, often there are Tenpai here now as well.
Hidden Tenpai?
Yeah.
Potentially very valuable. We've got Pinfu, we've got all simples, we've got potential pivotal sequence. But yeah, I think that's enough even without reach rate to overtake.
Yeah.
So much you be in it to win it. And by win it I mean get second place, but still that's a win in my book.
That's a very British thing to think.
Sometimes you go through an ordeal and you're like, you know what? I survived this ordeal and I got second place.
Oh, okay. So
change their weight.
Has fought to have.
I would probably change your weight here. One, because it lets me go for all simples if we draw the 4 of bamboo, but also because 1 is pretty safe. But no, we swappy doppy the 3. Interesting. I would not have done that.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because we can't see what's on the table very easily that might have motivated her to go that way. I feel she was hesitating to really look at the table and the discards. There was obviously something on there that made her think.
Very reasonable.
Take the 2-man. See, something's got her spooked.
Yeah, and that is Tenpai for our 7 pairs.
To Dora.
Yeah. With Dora too. No
The
Riichi,
9
though.
pin is the obvious weight, isn't it? Well, I guess she wants to win it, right? So if she
Yes.
reaches it, might make it less likely to come out. And there's the 9 pin. Oh,
it's
is she going to throw it?
I think there's enough value in it to get second place, even without Reach here. So,
She's going to throw it. Motojima's going to throw it. She's going to throw it.
oh, is that going to shoot Seto from fourth to second? I believe so.
Yeah.
Perfect time to
Tudor.
not reach.
7 pairs. Beautiful, beautiful Dama. Oh, yeah. Did you see that micro expression on her face? She was like, "Oh, thank God, I did it." Yeah, probably see the most
sorry,
interesting
TJ.
expressions, like in the when people are paying, right? That's when the masks falls, and then they quickly put it back on, right? Because you don't want to be that person who's like, going, "Yeah, I won."
Surprise. We call it surprise, right? not anger, just surprise, right? I was scared a little bit. Yes, yes, TJ. Sorry, there's an actual word for it.
Yeah, so swappy is if you catch us when David Bresnik is commentating. That's a term that he has popularized over the years. When you throw out the same copy of a tile you've just drawn, people like it because it annoys me.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Dave or you. It must have been Dave then. But yeah, I heard you say it, and I was like, yeah, this is funny. I'm using this now, so it's now my official term. Yes. So what we saw there was, I think we had 2, 3 Mans drawn, one in the hand, one was just drawn, and by discarding one in the hand, you give away more information because that was a part of your hand that you were building. Mm-hmm. So you don't always do that, but yes, we swapped the one in the hand with the one we just drew, the swappy doppy. Anyway,
yeah, I think partly I became irritated because it's something that people started to do a lot in the Western Mahjong scene. If they drew it, they would, for reasons that mostly seemed a little bit superstitious to me, and I guess the reason I got irritated is exactly what you just said, that by swapping a tile out from your hand, you are actually telegraphing information, and people are often not aware that they're telegraphing that information and whether they want that information to be telegraphed to their opponents. So I would recommend, if you're not sure whether to swappy doppy, don't do it unless you're confident about what you want to tell the table.
Yeah, and on that note, I suppose it's time to introduce the person who replaced me for game 2, Nathanael.
Hello, Cairo. Hello, Gemma.
Hello.
Hi.
What a fantastic
Congratulations
game.
winning on AML.
Well, thank you. It was exciting. It was kind of, at the beginning of the season it went extremely well for me, and so I had a bit of a bank of points early on, but it never seemed like it was enough. Several players kept hunting me down all throughout the season, and when it came down to the last session, I had to play my games on the very first day of the 2-week period that we have to play our games. So my score was locked in. I think I just about stayed exactly where I started, and so I had to sit and sweat out the other players as they tried to hunt me down. But in the end, I made it. So
That's
very happy.
Stressful. But yeah, because I know, wow, that really just goes to show how long Yukan Fuji's been going on, right? Because the end of last season of AML, I remember talking to you about you were like desperately trying to stay in A1.
That's right. I almost demoted. I was the first person safe.
Yeah, to now winning the next season. That's amazing. It's awesome.
It seems to go that way for me quite frequently, going from the pits of despair to just the absolute heights. It's always exciting in the A1 division. Really in all the divisions. ARML is just a fantastic league for US players.
Yeah, if I lived in the US, I would be involved. 100%.
Yeah.
I like AML so much, I made my own. So.
ARML supporting us in the North American World Riichi League as well, because, yeah, as you said, it's a fantastic initiative, and it's really established now. I think it's the first real fan online league that I've seen manage to get that well established.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled to see the sort of connection between ARML and the WRC League. That's going to be happening soon. Actually, I first heard about it because I'm not on Twitter, so I didn't see the tweet about it. But I did see the post that somebody made on the Armel server, and that's how I found out that I could register
Oh,
for
great.
Chicago tournament.
Okay, well, I will feed that back to David Bresnick, who's organising that. We need to. Lots of people aren't on Twitter these days, and we need to be moving our announcements away from Twitter.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really excited for that league though.
Oh yes.
I think it's going to be fun. Yeah, and it's good that we can pair up with Edwin and the Armel, because there's so much shared goals. No, we don't need to be in competition. Only on the Mahjong table do we be in competition.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the more chances people have to get involved, the better. Honestly. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more updates from that as the season of Yukan Fuji progresses. But yeah, I suppose I should leave you guys to enjoy the next game. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was lovely chatting.
I hope the next game is just as exciting, or maybe exciting in a different way. Maybe we'll see some massive hands instead of some really, really close games. But yeah, I'll leave you to it. And yeah, see you in the new year, everybody.
Right. Happy 2025.
All right, so game 2 upcoming. Should we take a look at the players for the upcoming match?
So we've got some people staying and some people switching out, if I remember correctly.
I do believe...
We have one Seto staying, right? And the others are switching out.
Oh, there we go. We see her once again. Uika Seto for Team Heartland will be staying in the West seat for this game. But the rest of the players will be swapping out. Let's see, our dealer for Team Kenko Mahjong Eito will be Minako Hiroyama. And in the South seat, for Jankatsu Master, Moe Tanabe. Of course, we've mentioned the West seat player, Uika Seto, already, for Team Heartland. And in the North seat, for Mahjong Splash, Eiko Hori. And in order around the table, Mahjong Union player, 2 Nihon Professional Mahjong Association players, and then a Mahjong Union player again. So sort of 2 versus 2 in terms of organization representation. I always love seeing the different orgs represented by the teams.
Yeah, I always wonder what the dynamics are on that, but you know, a lot of these players, you know, their allegiances obviously are to their leagues, but there's so many friendships in between the leagues. It's not as conflicty as you might imagine.
Yeah, over the board competitive, but after the game, it's I'm sure some nice camaraderie.
Yeah, definitely.
And after that first game, I believe it was Team Mahjong Splash making a comeback. Arakawa's, monster dealer runs, extended dealerships in both the East and South round, giving her team the victory. And so they've been making a comeback. We'll see if that can happen in game number 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into it then.
Doing that traditional Yoroshiku onegaishimasu at the beginning of the game. I've always found it frustrating that there is not a great translation for Yoroshiku onegaishimasu in English. I understand why a lot of people just use the Japanese.
Yeah,
there's nothing in English as versatile.
Not quite the same to say, have a good game or good luck or, not that you really want your opponents to have luck.
Well, it's not asking, I guess in English we tend to be, oh, good luck, or have a good game, but yeah, Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, yeah, it definitely has quite a deep meaning.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different.
I don't want to be that person that over exotifies Japanese, but definitely it's just so flexible and meaningful. So if someone does have a good translation, please tell me so that I can tell people to say that instead of Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
I've kind of
super long
taken to saying that even when I'm playing online at the start of games, just to sort of mentally prepare myself.
Oh, interesting. Just to yourself?
Yeah, just to get in the habit. Like it puts me in a mindset. Like I'm about to play Mahjong now. It's time to put my brain into
Oh,
Mahjong mode.
interesting. I mean, external Roxas does make a good point that it's polite. Doesn't mean you mean it, and that's certainly true for a lot of these kind of comments like Yoroshiku no Gaishimasu and all of that that you say them without, because it's a habit rather than from your heart. But Adam Russell likes, it's like good luck, have fun. Yeah, but it's more asking your opponents to be kind and polite and look after you. So it's a little bit deeper than that. But yeah, when I lived in Japan, I definitely said Yoroshiku no Gaishimasu almost constantly, and I didn't always mean it. It's like British people and the word sorry. It's more an acknowledgement that there's another human in the room rather than a genuine sorry. And Seto has her red dragons. She's thinking about an outsider chanter here.
If you have the opportunity, you should definitely give it a look. I actually was really curious of the first discard from our dealer. They had opened with a 2-pin, 4-pin, 5-pin, and cut the 4-pin first. And that was really unusual, but perhaps Hiroyama was thinking about a pairs type hand, and I hadn't quite got a good look at the rest of the tiles, but at this point it looks like perhaps pairs is definitely the thought. The early tiles must have been so, distinct and separated that pairs just seemed like the best option at the time. It's also possible that maybe there was an outside hand as well that was available. But now that the 5-pin has been paired up, definitely seems a bit farther away then.
Yeah. Oh. Hiroyama. It's a bit messy, no? I'm not enjoying Hiroyama's hand. That's the kind of hand, especially as we pass the initial stage of the game, that I'm a bit like, oh, how do I get myself out of this mess?
Yeah, after the end of the first row, you're feeling like you're a little behind, and then Seto opens up and you're behind.
Yeah, she's Tenpai. She's hidden her Yaku. Arguably, opening up in that way will make people think you've got Chanta, although she hasn't. So that 7 bamboo may be less likely to come out for her. Perhaps.
For sure. Although at the same time, if she has Chanta, then she doesn't have any Dora. So that is, maybe players won't care.
That's true.
Of course, players will definitely be thinking about the possibility of maybe Atosuke on an honor tile, though that'd be pretty rare unless she also has a triplet of Dora as well. So it's more likely that she just has the dragon or wind to begin with.
I definitely think making those types of calls where you're not showing a Yaku, an initial call like that, people are going to be wondering, well, it's not an inside hand. Obviously, there's a 1-pin in there. People are going to be wondering what you're up to. You may draw too much attention to yourself, or not much benefit.
Now, fortunately, she does have a lot of outside tiles, as you said before, and that triplet of dragons. So if someone does declare Riichi, she can fold out perhaps more easily than a player that has a lot of inside tiles. When just dropping the red dragon 3 times should pass and give you a few more draws to think about what to cut next.
But we see 2 7 bamboos in people's hands, pretty nicely locked in. Poor Hiroyama is not having much luck in her dealership.
Tenpai.
And we have Tenpai here now from Tanabe.
It's not a good one. Riichi only, no Dora, but and also the Ashaba weight. She will just take it.
Yeah, I don't like those sort of inside.
I feel
double
like
2 pair weights.
Yeah, I think having 2 of those on the inside makes it pretty easy to upgrade to a sequence weight.
Yeah, exactly.
A 2-sided weight. Oh, just Ipatsumo. That's why you're Riichi, I
you
guess.
could just draw it.
Ipatsumo. No Dora,
Yeah.
but that works. Yeah, I was also thinking there's a chance to draw the 6-0 even for Tanyao, and maybe that gives you enough value to declare the Riichi, but it turns out that just pressing the button, so to speak, just slamming the Riichi,
Mm.
those online folks.
I mean, she may have been having a close eye on the dealer, Hiroyama, there, and making an assessment that Hiroyama was not getting pushing hand forward fast enough. So she would push and ask questions on the table,
Yeah,
potentially knocking the dealer off her hand entirely. Um, the most frustrating thing about commentating these games, you really just want to like yank them out of the screen so you can ask them the question, like, well, why did you do that? It's not that it's wrong. I'm just interested. What were the drivers? What was the motivation in that decision making process?
mm.
Um,
So, some chess tournaments recently have been implementing for like classical games, for longer games, a sort of
yeah.
confession booth where players can just step away while their opponent's thinking and talk about what's going on in their head. And fans have been really intrigued by that. Unfortunately, you can't really step away from the mahjong table, so
No, I was about to say that's a very reality TV show, right?
it is.
But yeah, I'd be there for it.
Eventually, we'll have the technology to just send our thoughts directly to the screen, and then we can.
No, we won't have that. They'll just get ChatGPT to make it up for us.
ChatGPT analyzes the discards and makes a determination of what the players must have been thinking. Wait, that sounds a lot like an AI, one of the AI that already exists to play Mahjong.
Yeah.
Except they don't have the capabilities of explaining why they're making the decision that they're making.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, but the sort of more modern AIs like ChatGPT, because they're not infallible and they make mistakes, they're far more human-like in that respect. I did think, when they started coming out with these artificial intelligences to play mahjong, I'm like, but they don't make mistakes like a human does, so it's just not going to be so fun, right?
Mm.
Why would you want to play shogi against a? Oh, she's moving forward, isn't she? Against an AI, it's just boring.
Mm.
But
Yeah, I saw that 8-mon draw. I got a little excited there. It's, I think, one
yeah, no,
away.
it's creeping up. So this is Hiroyama trying to recover some of her points that she lost from the loss of her first dealership. I always think being the first dealer is a sucky situation to be in, no matter what.
Yeah, especially if you open up a high pie like she had. Those early tiles do not look promising, but yeah, this could be 7 pairs, or if she draws some more triplets, it could be even more
She's
exciting.
going for the 7 pairs. Oh, but it doesn't matter because Hiroyama is going to draw her tile.
Yeah, quite expensive though. East, 2 Dora, and enough food to bump it up to the next level. So we'll see Hiroyama jumping into first.
Definitely going to make up for the loss of some of her first dealership. I mean, it's always difficult, when you have your first dealership and you just lose it with no sort of energy. And then you're like, I've got to get through 3 more people before I can try and make some moves.
That's really nice to pick up the next win though, and that's 2 sumos down on this table, so the west seat and the north seat will be a little bit farther behind than the other two. Of course, they have their dealerships remaining, so we'll see if they can pull anything together.
That was a really nice way that Seto organized her initial draw there. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I've picked up sorting my tiles that way as well, just from watching players on broadcasts such as this.
Yeah, I think it's an important skill, but often neglected because when you're playing offline, you need to be able to sort your tiles out quickly because the game is going to start. In most environments inside Japan, people just go. They read their hands fast and they go. They're not going to wait for you to slowly lift up each one of your drawers and sort it.
Do you tend to sort your tiles when you're the dealer there, or do you just give it a glance and decide what your first cut is going to be? Or maybe do a partial sort and then decide?
I tend to be sorting as I'm drawing. So with each block of 4, I'll probably grab 1 or 2 of those tiles and sort it as I wait for it to come back round to my turn to draw again. So I'm usually pretty well sorted by the time it gets there. I think playing unsorted entirely, people think it's a bit of a flex, but
Yeah, certainly. I think most players, even if they make their first discard unsorted, will very quickly put the tiles to some sort of order before their second discard.
And what you don't want to do, you don't want to miss out on an early call that you should have made.
Yeah, perhaps.
And that's tragedy.
At the very least, make sure that you've identified the callable pairs in your hand.
Yes. Yes.
Especially if you're not in the south seat. In the south seat, you have a little bit of time to decide if you want to call something. This is getting to be a very fast tempi for Tanabe. Ishanten now with a Green Dragon call. Getting there very quickly.
Yeah, what he's had isn't great, and then we call into tempi, waiting on a 3-pin, 6-pin, that's Tanabe calling that.
And none of these hands have been terribly expensive just yet, especially if Tanabe wins this Yakuhai only. Great Dragon.
Tanabe's thinking of the 2-3-4 Sanshoku here, right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh.
I did not to go that way. And yeah, I think, she's got some really nice shapes with a lot of flexibility and tile acceptance. Throwing that 2-4 slightly clumsy, weighty shape is the right direction.
Yeah, it's absolutely the correct move. But it just makes my heart a little bit sad. Lately, I've been watching a player who's been streaming just about every night. And every single time they get 2-3-4 Sanshoku, they win. It has a 100% win rate with 2-3-4 Sanshoku. I'm just saying, it's a good hand.
We're going to get superstitious about particular Sanshokus now, not just tiles.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
We've got particular flavors of Sanshoku.
Yeah, I don't really have any tile superstitions, but I do feel strongly about the 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
Oh no, that's going to be the next meme move across the Mahjong community now.
I'm trying to make it a thing. I'm getting laughed out of the room, though.
You should make it so that's an extra hand, right? If you get 2-3-4 Sanshoku, it's 3 hand, not 2 hand.
That way,
that's how you make it real.
Especially if you're playing with red 5s, it makes you feel less sad when you draw red 5 and can't use it because you've declared Riichi already.
The answer is just not to play with red 5s.
That is very true.
Are you a red 5 proponent? Do you like them?
I think I slightly have a preference to play without them, but I'm not opposed to playing with them. I'm interested in playing Mahjong, so either way is okay. Yeah. But I do feel like I enjoy not dealing into Tanya Dora 3 with no action, when a door is a 1-mon or something.
I just, the thing I don't like is it yanks the entire game into the center of the suits. And things like your terminal hands become less valuable in effect.
Yeah, I know.
Just on another door there. Yeah.
Some people have considered things like red 3s. That sort of makes Chanta a little bit more viable, but
then it does a similar activity, right? It just yanks it to one side of the suit.
Some of the upper tiles are less valuable.
Yeah, I mean that's what I like about the door, right? Because it's moving constantly through a hand-chan. So it's impacting every single hand in a slightly different way, rather than the red 5 just the entire time, the entire hand-chan, it's all yanked into the middle.
That's very true.
So I think non-red 5s probably has a it's demanding that greater flexibility from you than if you had a red 5 game where you can just sort of build into the center and hope for the best.
Yeah, I do like playing a Chanta or two.
I do want Hiroyama's hand to come through now that she's got these 3-man.
Perhaps putting another door 2 hands.
Oh. You're not quite tempai here from Seto. And she's going to call into a tempai shape, but she's not got no Yaku.
Yeah, it's a similar call here. Not quite Tempai for Seto, but gives Tanya chances. There's more routes to finding a Tempai. The stage in the game, middle of row 3, players are trying to at least be Tempai at the end of the round, get Tempai payments from the players who are not.
Mm.
Score is very tight right now. If it stays that way all throughout the rest of this game, rather, that 1,000, 1,500, that could be actually really meaningful.
Oh. But she can't win because she doesn't have a Yaku. So she throws the 9 pins. She's waiting a 7-8 pin, and that would give her an all simples and inside hand Yaku.
And that's ideal for Seto. With these
Hiroyama,
open
let's
hands, now you have to play a
lights
little bit
on.
cautiously, right? But you have half of the Dora for Hiroyama, and it's...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Seto drew it.
Quick Fu computation. Oh, it has a pawn as well, so that will be an upgrade in Fu.
It's some dirty Mahjong now.
Just the Tanya 1 in 40, but as dealer, you get the 700 all.
She's the dealer, of course. I'm not saying she shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's the dirtier version of the game now.
It's keeping things really close. We're still looking for that monster hand. I guess in the last game as well, we didn't really have huge dealer Hanetsumo or 18,000, right? 6,000 all to pull ahead. It was rather limited in the upper limit of the value of the hands. And
So you can see Hori there as she pulls her tiles. She's sorting them as she pulls them. And Seto obviously has this. Her preference is to sort them once she's drawn them all. Maybe slightly slower, and that's why we're getting to see her do it because the camera's moving immediately to her. But there's no harm in that, especially as dealer.
It's fun. It's fun to watch.
It definitely works better on those auto tables with the nice high lips. The junk mats make it a little bit more. Yeah, they're a little. The tiles have a tendency to throw themselves off the table, in my experience.
How about this? Starting with 2 triplets. Just cutting the 5 so immediately. What does that signal? Because that is a Dora accepting tile. It's a little strange to be so eager to throw that away. Does that signal that Tanabe just wants to play vertically, play for triplets, and aim for like a Suanko? Toy? Honitsu? Very curious.
I've been temporarily cut off then for some reason. I can't see the game for a moment. I'll wait for it to reconnect, which it has done. Hello, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, very good. Yeah, this is a very interesting set of tiles. It also sets up nice safety traps for the future. Should she end up winning on the Eito, which has come out already, and that is the only one that will come out because I suspect the second Eito is going to be locked up in that 789 that we just saw.
I mean, Tanabe, you're gonna draw all the green dragons. Makes this cheating, no?
It truly is. To start with a triplet of a Yakuhai, I don't know. That seems a little broken to me.
A little rude. There was she had that Yoroshiku Nagaishimasu, and she was like, I am not gonna look after you at all. I'm looking after myself.
Okay, we're keeping the 6 so. It does support the 8 so pair a little bit. Oh, and more pairs also for Hori. And another triplet.
And another triplet. There's a lot of triplets going on here. And Hiroyama has those 2 Dora as well, so she is going to want to get this over the line.
Yeah, once again, I'm always so optimistic when I continue to draw hands that have Dora. The issue is if I never win them, I become increasingly more and more frustrated. Well, surely I have to win one of these good hands in order to have a chance to win the overall match.
She's got a Toy, Tudora, East potential. It's a big hand. It's a big hand. I would suggest, though, if she sees that 6-pin, she calls and goes into it, accepts an all inside and Tudora instead of the Toy.
Seto as the dealer will probably be aiming for a Riichi. Oh, and that's a great 5-mon. Allows you to work towards a Pinfu type hand sequences with a potential twin sequences, even 5, 6, 7 in the Manzu.
Yeah, Tanabe's got to be frustrated after seeing those green dragons. You're thinking, yes, it's happening, but it's kind of not happening. And I would be anxious if I was Hori to be holding on to that 3 bamboo. You're going to be in a situation where you have to throw it.
Yeah, unsurprisingly here, more pairs being found around the table. Seems to be the theme here. This hand. Is it time? Not quite. Just trying to max.
Seems to be struggling a little bit. Starting to get a little bit late for Hiroyama's hand. She needed to move forward a bit faster than it has. 9-man seems the obvious discard now if you want to keep moving forward.
Certainly.
But do you think the 9-man is spooking her? She took a little bit of time to look at it.
Perhaps spending some time to just make sure she knows what tile she wants to call, should it come out.
Mm.
We're getting to that point where you might be considering... Oh, there's Riichi.
Yep. The 5-man, the 8-man, potential twin sequence Ipek or chance. The East.
Ooh.
Oh la la.
I think we're going to see a challenge here.
Oh, she's got to go forward on that one. Yeah. That's going to be called, obviously, because now she is Tenpai on her Toy Tudora East.
3-pin for So waiting on the door. You're not expecting to see that tile come out, but if the Riichi player draws it, they can't help but discard it right out.
Yeah, exactly. If someone in reach, it makes it a little bit more powerful. We're not Tenpai here yet.
I think I see.
We are moving that way.
Both Forso in hand. Both 3-pin are also accounted for as well. 1 discarded and 1 in the Riichi player's hand. So this is just not a viable option anymore unless Hiroyama can swap the weight somehow.
We are Tenpai here.
Do we challenge 6-0? Yes.
I like this 9-so, 8-so weight. I like that.
Yeah, you're only really sad if exactly this occurs, someone with a 7, 8, 9 in their hand.
Oh, does she change her weight?
No, gonna stay with the value. Toy option.
It's a little bit greedy, but why not? And poor Seto's hand keeps trying to survive.
Fortunately for Hiroyama, she is holding a triplet of the 8-mon. That is the weight of a Riichi player.
Yeah, Seto's hand keeps flirting and getting back into Tenpai, right?
It does, and all of these weights are so very held that... Oh, but the 5!
Yeah, 5.
That's the expensive side
Beautiful.
as well. Riichi, Pinfu, Ipeiko, and Adora will be a Mangan for Hori.
Yeah, no. But that's a nice way to start your dealership. Feeling a little bit stronger now, huh?
Certainly, you pick up 10,000 points with all the other Riichi sticks, and then you get to play your dealership. You've already won a lot of points, and you can win even more if you get the same type of hands as the dealer. At these early draws, nice chewed pair.
Yeah, exactly. That's a nice look for Hori and her dealership, because I think, as we've mentioned time and time again, you want to go fast as dealer if possible. Because, there's already some additional value built in just by the merit of being dealer.
Dragon pair for Hiroyama as well. Seto here. Bit of an awkward 1-2-4-4 mon shape to work around. It looks like, if players want, they can call the dragons to play for speed, but...
Yeah. I mean, I'd recommend that for Hiro, but she's got some really lousy shapes over her outs. It's not gonna be a nice speedy hand for her, unfortunately, despite the paired red dragons. Although she's starting to make it look better.
Yeah, more pairs though. Be nice if she could resolve
These
some
pairs
of the
are easily
contra shapes.
callable though. If she decides to call the first red dragon that comes out.
I wonder if there's a difference in how she feels about opening this hand now that she's won a Mongon and finds herself in first place.
I don't think you can waste dealerships. Especially as in the it's your cumulative point total that matters in the overall event. It's not just your placement on the table. I know that being first is a big deal. But if she doesn't think it's too risky, she should probably do it. So Hiroyama is treating the Dora like a lover, as we discussed already. She's not going to let go of that untethered 8-pin. She's going to hope for the best.
Yeah, there's some worlds where that 2-pin, holding that 2-pin would have been valuable, like this draw, for example, could have been Tempai.
Yes.
However, she really valued the shapes themselves, the strength of the shapes, and holding onto the door for as long as possible, as you said.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 points if you can keep it, right? And what you don't want to be doing is throwing those 3 points to your opponents, which I seem to see time and time again. I know that people kind of treat it like a sticking plaster, right? They just want to rip it off, get the pain done straight away. I really would caution against that attitude. You're not only self-inflicting harm on yourself, you're really helping everyone else. Even if that helping is not directly handing them the points, they can't call the tile for whatever reason, but you're letting them see the value of your hand.
Yeah, that's another sort of hidden aspect of discarding the Dora. Most of the times when you've dropped the Dora, your hand is going to be relatively inexpensive.
Oh, okay. So Seto has an interesting decision to make. Yeah, don't without seeing the full board, I don't think there was many reasons to not do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just gotta wait for the pair. You still keep 2, 3, 4 thoughts alive, which I'm always happy about. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting because one of our pairs is the Dora. In most cases, when we find Tempai, we're gonna end up cutting it away. But as we mentioned, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, would you call as Tanabe there to get yourself into Tempai? She could call herself into an all simples hand, right?
Simples Dora 1 for 2,000.
She had Dora 2, no?
Yeah, it depends on if she gets to use the Dora 2, then I feel a lot more comfortable about opening, even though it doesn't advance our position.
So yeah, Tanabe's got 2 Dora. It's just difficult to know how you'd call it.
Yeah, if we call something like 5-pin, confirming the Dora pair, we could call that and be Ishanten. Oh, but we're just a Riichi from Seto. Riichi Pihu.
The 6. Yeah.
And of course, Seto just passed the dealership, but it's going to try to win a hand immediately. Not much else to do with this hand. You've got everything you could possibly want, including Ipatsumo.
Oh, nice. Does she hit?
A miss.
No, a miss. Okay, it's the 1 man.
Riichi Patsumo Pinfu. That's still not a bad haul there. Everyone seems to be winning 5,200 at this table.
It's pretty nice for Seto though, because that puts her up into first, right?
It does.
Yes, just.
She will absolutely take that. So it seems, every time the dealership passes, whoever was the former dealer finds the win.
Yeah, they get their energy back, maybe. They're like, lost it.
Things will swap back around to Hiroyama. Hiroyama.
Yeah, so there you go. Hiroyama is adjusting her tiles as she draws them. Often the easiest way I find is to decide that one of my suits is going to be on the end, on the right side end, and I just yank those tiles out and keep. I find the rest of it sort of almost organizes itself.
Yeah, this is actually her third time in Yukan Fuji. She says that she's traditionally a Manzan player, but she wants to learn how to call tiles too, and has been practicing that. So let's see if she chooses to open up a little bit more aggressively, especially now that we've reached her second dealership, and certainly one that she wants to retain as much as possible.
So for our newer audience, Menzen is where you keep your hands closed. So and one of the yaku is Menzen sumo. So that's a sumo with your hand fully closed. But there's often. There was for a while, you'd often see the primarily offline players would be far more closed and tight, and the online players had a reputation for being a lot more fast and cally. I don't think that's so true. I mean, if you look at Emily, you see plenty of calling. But yeah, I think it's. And do you not think it's one of those interesting plateaus that people reach? They're beginners and they're calling, and then they get into their head that calling too much is bad and marks you out to be a poor player, and then they start playing too closed. And you need to learn to open up and learn and know when you've got to throw a bit of oil on the fire, right?
Yeah, certainly, as you call a lot, and then I think also as an intermediate player, you start to think about defense a lot more, and you realize, if you've called 3 times, it's really hard to defend against a Riichi. And so you sort of pull back on that, and sometimes you pull back too far. You're like, well, now calling is going to make me vulnerable, but it's okay to do that because this hand is worth it. And then you start to open up your calls again. I feel like
this is the beauty of online play, right? Because you can get so many games in, so many hands in a short period of time. So if my advice, I guess, would be if you're sort of one of those people who'd like to look for a tip, identify, are you a close player or a calling player right now? Doesn't mean that's how you always have been, but right now, are you calling a lot or are you close a lot? And then just do the complete opposite and see how that changes things up for you. You can make like an alt account and Tenho or whatever.
Absolutely.
Nonsense,
yeah, I received very similar advice from a player who is a 7 dan on Tenho. And he said, yeah, you're a very instinctively defensive player. So why don't you do something like super aggressive? Why don't you put yourself in really awkward situations and see how that suits you?
Yeah. And that's the great thing about Tenho is that you can have these thorough accounts and you can quickly pick up a game and test a different version of you and then pick the best of the current version and this version you're trying on for fit.
Or you could play on Roll and do the same thing but against professional players.
That's true. It's true. The only thing is you've got to pay for a run account, so a little harder to make a junk account that you're only going to play for a few days.
That's true. Yeah, I just did it on my main account, so.
Oh, you did?
But yeah, I got a lot of that out of that experiment. Namely, I hate it. I hate just being open and vulnerable, but also I feel more confident in situations where I just don't have a lot to defend with. Because
it's like a muscle, right?
Yeah,
you've got to work the muscle out.
I think it wasn't so much that like I wasn't sure what to do if I found myself in that position. It's just because I never put myself in that position very frequently. I didn't want to do it. But having forced myself to be in that position over and over again, I'm like, oh yeah, the things that I thought, would pass. They do actually pass. I've tested it out and it works. So I shouldn't be afraid to find myself in that position. And I still am not going to put myself in that position very much, but it still works. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great for confidence building and also for learning a little bit as well.
Yeah, Mahjong, you have to gain the experience. There's no other way to do it. There's no shortcut. There's no fast route. You have to learn hard lessons.
That's so very true. There's, theory, reading books, watching other people play, but unless you've experienced it yourself, it's a totally different thing.
Oh, this is an interesting decision here for Hiroyama. Yeah, she's going to stick with her 7 pairs direction. She does have a door there in the 4 bamboo, so that makes sense. And a reach.
What a gorgeous draw.
Tanabe.
Full straight in the Sozu. 1 through 9. Riichi, itsmechiral, Dora 1. Chance for Hanemon. And in 4th place, she desperately needs this. Now, at the same time, Seto has been holding this tempai for a while now on the 6-pin. Or just a tateniu. Can she maintain it?
Sanshoku. Can I not read it properly? A 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku now. No, it's not.
It just barely went off. There was a chance to draw into it, and I'm sure that's what she was hoping for. Oh, the door was great. We didn't need that.
Yeah, painful, but...
Oh, that's the draw. It's going to go with the 6-mon because it passed.
Yeah.
I feel like...
She's drawing very, very quickly as Tanabe. She's not giving us a chance to see what she's drawn. She can draw she can discard the E-man, so now she's got the 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. And she's played safe. So happy days there.
Absolutely.
Oh la la. There's going to be regret now. But was she going to throw that 4 bamboo? She could throw the 4 bamboo in now, couldn't she? Because
that did come out after the Riichi.
Seen that come out from our Riichi player.
I suspect she's thinking, if I draw a Chitoi Tenpai, then I too want to have a pair of Dora in my hand. Maybe she would fight for it in that instance. Or
oh no.
Imagine being Suako Ishanten with like Honitsu backup, Honitsu Toi Toi Sananko backup.
I feel so bad for her. Oh, those are the hands that live in your nightmares. Oh,
it's okay. The 6 pins are held.
Waiting on that 4 bamboo, having had it come out from the Riichi player is obviously great as well. So I think what she did was the correct thing to do. It just really sucks seeing how the outcome was. But this 1-man, 4-man is not going to come out for Tanabe anyway. It doesn't look like. I think we've got 5 draws left.
Yeah, we're running really late in the hand.
No, we've only got 1 more draw.
Sumo. What a tragedy! The 7-pin comes out, and it will be Ryukyoku, and she has to reveal it as well. She's Tenpai. 3 players. Tanabe misses
the camera
out.
Is not gonna, the camera's not going to move to her face because everyone is just so sad for her. What a merciful camera guy.
Yeah, we did see Tanabe taking a really, really close look at that.
Yeah.
Almost in disbelief.
Like leaning into those discards.
Yes. I had a great hand, but that is so much better.
I'm surprised someone doesn't run in with a little tissue to wipe off the tears from her face.
Certainly. And this
that is painful.
You always wonder when you're going for the 7 pairs hand, do you maximize your tile acceptance for the 7 pairs, or do you hold off with that, hold that triplet just in case you switch to Toi Toi or Honitsu or something along those lines? And I don't know.
I mean, I would defend her. I think that what she did was right. I think the outcome sucked.
Yeah,
but she did the right thing.
It's certainly easy to look at it with the hindsight bias of, oh, that would have been at sumo, and instead of looking at it from the position at the time the decision was made, and it certainly
hindsight is the most dangerous thing in Mahjong, would be my argument.
Yeah, it's so easy.
That's really what leads you the wrong way.
When you review your games, you look at what happened. You said, I was wrong. That's not true. Just because,
No,
you know,
indeed.
the unlikely happened, it doesn't mean that you were wrong. And, well, this, you know, one of the most challenging things in Mahjong is having that hand happen and then letting it wash away and playing the next one.
Well, I would not be able to let it wash away. I would be sitting there berating myself for not having future sight, which is obviously entirely the wrong thing to do. But you know, it's really, you are, as a Mahjong player, you are fighting your own human condition is the problem, right?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about the psychological aspect of Mahjong. And yeah, things like this are challenging. But the players, the really strong players, I think, somehow have this ability to not let these hands affect them. I know you were talking earlier about, you know, at this point, a lot of times you can let go of the unfortunate scenarios that happen.
I think you have to compartmentalize, and I think I've gotten better at that. You know, that hand chan's over. I've got to look at the next hand chan as a distinct. But does that? Yeah. The flip side of that is not learning enough about your own play. So you have to find a nice balance.
Yeah, you have
between
to be...
being able to let the mistakes go and learning from them.
It's really interesting. I feel like Mahjong is one of those sports, I guess, perhaps that could use a psychologist. Like if your M League team has the players, the coaches, and a sports psychologist to help maintain a strong mental balance.
Well, I mean, you know, there's been lots of talk about how we're basically athletes. I think athletes is a bit extreme, but if you are interested, there is the WRC was featured on an Amazon documentary. Let me find the link. I think it's there you go. But yeah, that was about how exercise and improving your physicality would then impact your mind. It's probably available on other streaming services, not just Amazon Prime, but I will share the link there. So Hirano, who played in New York, he was with Riichi Nami for quite a while. He was the featured player there, and they put him through this training exercise regime to see if it would improve his game. Apparently it did. Unfortunately, he never got to get to the WRC in Vienna because he caught COVID. So although exercise had improved his Mahjong, it did not improve his immune system, was the takeaway.
That's unfortunate.
But yeah, you get some lovely shots of Mahjong and the JPML dojo in there as well.
And while you were looking for that link, I did notice Tanabe had made a very interesting discard a little bit earlier. She had the opportunity to hold a two-sided shape or swap to a kanchan that gives a potential sanchoku. Kind of hard to achieve sanchoku because the other side also you have to make efficiency sacrifices to get there. We'll see here now. She cut the 3-mon to aim for the 4-5-6, and in order to achieve that, she would also have to cut the 7-so, which is quite optimistic. But it goes to show, you know, in her last dealership from this position at 15,000 points, 12,000 behind the leaders, more than that even. She's really angling for value as her priority, even, I guess, not quite up to her dealership yet. While it's somebody else's dealership, she wants to aim for value. Maybe if it were her own dealership, she would prioritize speed.
I quite agree, but here's another door draw for Tanabe. So now she's got a powerful hand. Yeah, she's gonna. If I was Tanabe, I'd be wanting to call this south that's about to come out.
100%. And this is where you regret a little bit that 3-mon. We didn't know that we'd have double south door 2 for a Mongon, but now that we're here, we'd like the 3-mon back.
Well, you know, Mahjong can take away and also give. I've often found that my horrible mistakes. We've already discussed why they're not quite mistakes, but how Mahjong's managed to correct my course sometimes. Yeah, for Tanabe, really wants that though, doesn't she? It'll be she's south as well, so it's two hands for the south, and she's got so.
This is all very close to being a must-win type of hand. I mean, of course, she has her dealership, so that will perhaps bail her out if she doesn't get it this time around. But it's, you're talking about
Psychologically, though, like going into your dealership not last.
You're talking about body language. I'd have a hard time not sort of hinting that I'm desperate to win this hand, just with my, sitting upright or.
Yeah. I mean, that's
eagerly-
why I always say to people, like, try to keep a rhythm with your draws and your discards, even if you're in reach and you obviously aren't going to want it. Just keep the rhythm going because it will protect you in other ways.
Yeah, if you've got a middleweight Riichi and someone cons your winners, all of them, keep drawing and looking at the tile that you're drawing, even though you know it's not going to be the one you need.
But Seto is also Tenpai as well, so she may not let. Oh, I thought that was a different tile then. Yeah, may not let Tanabe get this. So she's waiting for the 2-man 7-pin. 7-pin. Obviously, she got 3 of them in her hand, so that was unlikely. I don't think Hiroyama is going to be releasing those 5-man either.
Certainly not. Looks like she just wants to escape this, recognizing that she's a little bit behind at this table, or at least in this hand. And unfortunately, her dealerships have ended up this way. This hasn't had the speed to match the other players. However, the first time, although her dealership passed, she did win the next hand. Oh, well, does that convince us to try to get back?
No, not Tenpai.
We have to drop a whole shape.
We're very late in the game. I'm not sure it's worth. And that's the 3-man back.
Okay.
Back in her hand. So now she's got to decide whether 6-man at this stage of the game is safe.
I feel like you.
I think she's. Yeah. I feel her aggression is justified. Aggression? I don't know.
Yeah,
Courage.
no,
Courage. I'll go back for that word instead.
I was going to say the exact same thing. We were talking about how necessary it is to win this hand. I think just the ability to win on the 2-man is worth it.
Yeah. And, there's always a better chance that she will draw it. Although I think, is this the last draw?
I think we have two more draws. Hiroyama has to find one more safe tile to pass here, and she draws the 2-man, but that's not going to come out.
Oh, that's.
And she gets to see that it would have dealt into 2 players.
Yeah.
Of course, for players who are aware, in this league, we have head bump on Atamahane, so the win would have gone to Tanabe, would have been the first in the draw order for Hiroyama's 2-man discard, had she chosen to drop it. Of course, Hiroyama knew that it was not going to be a safe cut, played the out, and we will get sent into Tanabe's dealership. And that's 2 hands in a row now. Tanabe had that Riichi Pinhu Itsu Dora that went to draw, and now this double South Dora 2 hand that also went to draw. So she's had opportunities, they just haven't ended up being winners.
This is completely off topic. I'm sorry, but I keep noticing Tanabe's wearing her face mask, and I did wonder after COVID whether face masks would be a sticking feature for us out here in the West, but we haven't managed to keep them. See, when I was living in Japan, I was quite pro face mask. Thought it was kind of polite if you were not not sick enough to stay home, but certainly, you had a little bit of a croak in the throat. And then you could have like a menthol sweet in there as well, and you'd have like a little Dutch oven of menthol sweets, like really making you feel a lot better. But it's still quite like it's always been a common feature, certainly after the SARS in Hong Kong, that really kind of embedded that sort of public health mentality that you see in Asia, and you don't tend to see, at least in the UK, as much.
I suspect it's very similar in the US. You still see some people wearing masks, but it's very infrequent.
Yeah. It's certainly like, if you're coming to any Mahjong event I'm organizing and you feel, well, I'd be more comfortable wearing a mask, or, I'm worried that I'm going to be passing this around, you should definitely, especially, it's the viral load, right? You're sat opposite these people for an hour and a half. Yeah,
every tournament in the US does have masks on hand should someone start to
do they?
feel ill.
That's good to hear. Yeah, that's really good to hear. We don't need to politicize a piece of fabric over our face. But yeah, if you go to Japan, you can expect to see masks, and definitely if you're even a little bit sniffly or got a little bit croak in the throat, I think everyone would appreciate, if you come to play Mahjong, to just stick a mask over your face.
Maybe some notes for players
you can get really comfortable ones.
Players who are hoping to participate in the WRC tournament
in the 2025 event. Yeah. And I can guarantee you'll all have croaky throats as well, because July is going to be blazing hot, and you're going to be in and out of air-conditioned environments that are dry and nasty and will give you horrible coughs. I
think I saw.
Not looking forward to July.
Wow, we're going to see call here of the 9. So this is.
You going for an outside door, right?
And that's a real sign of desperation to keep the dealership. And two other players are also holding a singleton of the Dora West. Hiroyama here.
It's not going to come out here, the West.
And every single outside call that gets made, the West becomes more and more dangerous.
As you said, it feels a little desperate. I don't like it, but she, is this where the courage sort of slips into desperation?
I mean, you have to be Tempai here, right?
The
hand was very weak, so I think she's just making perhaps the best chance. Ooh,
she can.
Can she do it?
She shouldn't. Oh,
she can. Con revealing the 8-pin to be the new Dora and making the round a little bit spicier.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. I mean, she may have not done it if the dealer hadn't opened. That might have been the thing that made her think, well, do you know what? Why not? Because the dealer can't be flipping those Uradoras.
Yeah, that's true. And the dealer with those 2 calls in this desperate spot is going to be vulnerable. So if she could slam a Riichi, although I think earlier she got the 5 mon, which was Ishantan. So still has a little bit of work to do to get there.
Yeah, I'm not feeling Tanabe's hand. So this is a potential 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
Oh, I've been looking at this.
White dragon. Yeah, but...
Oh, are we going to make the shift all the way? It's going to be Honitsu. Maybe even Chiitsu if you can convince yourself to drop the Dora West.
I'm not going to throw the Dora West. So, yeah. Oh, she's Tempai.
Well, now you're certainly not throwing the Dora West. Or hopefully not, because otherwise you're dealing into actually a really valuable hand.
Yeah. Trying to read her hand quickly, sort of leaning into the... It's not easy.
Oh, Tsumo! Wow! The last West, we saw singletons in Hiroyama's hand and Hori's hand. There was one in the wall, and she finds it for Chanta, Dora 3, 2 Wests, and an 8-pin from the con. I thought we'd
kids, lean in desperation, lean in.
I thought we'd be sitting here forever looking for that West, and maybe the decision would be whether Hori fights with Chinitsu or not, but no, just pull it out of the wall. Pluck the last Shaw. That's a huge swing. That's going to put Tanabe into first.
Yeah, that's massive. That's massive. And she's got to be feeling good about that, right?
Oh, you can definitely see the way that she was drawing the tiles there. Definitely a little bit extra energy.
We have outside Chanta hands in the chat. Hi, Garrick. Welcome.
Oh, Garrick, that is the Garrick special. You will not find another player in the US who wins Chanta more than Garrick. It can be Chanta Dora 3, as this hand was. It can be Chanta Nomi. You will have Riichi Tanyo Pinfu Sanshoku with a Dora pair and like 3 Akas, all the Akas. And Garrick will win Harakatanki Chanta Nomi. And you'll just throw your hands in the air and give up. He is a master at that.
Oh, that's psychological warfare.
It truly is. It's so fun to watch him play, though. So I am not surprised to see in the chat Garrick supporting the Chanta hand. And it was
celebrating.
Absolutely. It was a huge hand for Tanabe. And that's, 3 in a row. She had the Hanuman that went to Ryukyoku, the Mangan that went to Ryukyoku, and finally got the win on her dealership and going for more. Chun call, South call.
She's got the wind beneath her wings now. Go Tanabe.
How far can she fly? Yama with awkward shapes here. What is remaining in this hand? It looks like not a Honitsu, not anything Dora heavy, but certainly 2 Han will help create a larger gap between her and Seto in second. Speaking of...
It's still a close game, though. I wouldn't be calling a winner now, apart from Tanabe has vampire sucked all the flow away from everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely look to Seto and Hori both because they've got dealerships remaining. They could pull the same shenanigans.
Yeah. Mahjong is an exciting game to watch and play. It's always keeping you on your toes. And yeah, Hiroyama has to stay strong. She's put herself in 30-10, but for good reasons. That 6-man is the Dora. We don't throw our Dora into the discard pool.
Certainly not after a dealer 2 call. We'll swap away both the 9 and the 8. So when you see that after 2 calls, I feel like there's a slightly higher chance that the player is going to be Tonki swapping. Is that a read that's actually valid, or?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you see anything odd in the discard pool, someone's switched something around for a purpose, right? Whether that is to get Yaku, or a better weight, or to accommodate Dora. And if they've got time to be messing about with those kinds of discarding patterns, then they're probably close to ready, or they've got something valuable to mess about with. I love tiles. Kan. Is she gonna can?
Ooh, are we gonna see another kan?
It's Senpai. So it must be tempting, but she's open, so she can't enjoy the benefits.
Okay.
Can.
Maybe we flip a 1-so. That would be a way to enjoy the benefits.
Yeah.
It's another 5?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a 3. It's a 3. It's a little blurry on my end. Okay, but still, it's in the Manzu, so anyone with a central Mon shape could have a lot of value.
So if you're back to the topic I was ranting on about, but I think if any of our viewers are new to trying to defend and discard reading, your first trick is to read whether or not they're going for a 2-sided weight or not. And noting any abnormalities. Like anyone who tells you that they can look at your discards and read exactly what you're going for and exactly what you're waiting for is almost definitely a liar, or they're cheating. It is really just about picking up vibes. So often people start with the Suji read, and I think Suji reads can often be false friends. But being able to read whether it's a 2-sided weight and then applying your Suji read, that's much, much better. But yeah, as you said, there's sort of, those 7-8 discards like that as people sort of mess about is another thing that should sort of set warning flags off that maybe you need to pay attention.
And Seto will find the 7-pin. So a Tanya with a little bit bonus fu. No Dora tiles in that hand. It was a triplet of the 3-mon Dora indicator itself.
Yes, this is good for Seto, right? That's going to put her just in first. So now Tanabe and Seto are just kind of running against each other, whereas Hori and Hiroyama are running against each other behind, but in distance of first and second easily. Hori slightly advantaged by the fact she's got a dealership left. So Tanabe's probably in a situation where she's not going to want a short stabby hand. She's going to want at least a medium hand, right? She's going to be looking at your 3, 9, 5, 8 levels. But Hiroyama has to pull something out the bag. It's slowly slipping away from her, this Hanchan.
Now we see Seto in first place. Now with the dealership, again, it's an opportunity to pick up a lot of points at once, but at the same time, it's an opportunity for, or maybe the slight disadvantage is that a Tsumo will cause her to lose a little bit of extra points. So, if Hori or Hiroyama were to find a big Tsumo, that could not only surpass Seto, but also drop her to third, as the Tsumo loss would also drop her below Tanabe as well, in some hands, if the hand is big enough. So definitely something to consider.
Tanabe does not have a great draw here. But Seto is pretty nice. Could be better, but it's not, I've seen better starting draws.
Yeah, Nishanten is good. Floating door here for Hiroyama. But decision to be made about
that floating. She get the 6 in there.
It's true. We could think of that as a 5, 7, and 8 9.
Yeah, so 1 away now for Seto, our dealer. So definitely got the speed. There's is that 6? Yes, that's the 6.
Just as you called.
Yeah.
She's looking really pretty now. Oh, 6 pins. This is Tempai.
6 pin. You don't want to be reaching on this ugly Tempai.
There's so much opportunity to improve to something better.
Yeah. It's annoying because you're a dealer, and as I said, you kind of want to go fast. I think it's all right here to take a beat and find a better weight.
Yeah, and Hiroyama might be regretting that call very soon. 9, not good enough.
That's a good. Right, 1 away for Hori.
Hiroyama does manage to get rid of that 5-mon in time. Improve the weights a little bit. 8-mon, not good enough.
No, she's gonna keep strong with her 3-man weight, but she can only draw it. Only draw it. She does not have a yaku if someone discards it.
Yeah, it's easy to get impatient here and just say, oh, this terminal tile, that's good enough. Slam the Riichi. She's really trying to find a quality weight. How about West?
I like that better. I still wouldn't reach it. It's probably, and we are Tempai here. She's going to reach it despite the potential Sanshoku upgrade, but I think that's the right thing to do.
Riichi Pifudora, I believe.
Yeah, she wants to ask the questions on the table and make people show their hands. And now it'd be interesting whether Seto thinks about reaching, and she should reach now, maybe. Oh, no, wait, no. She's Tempai in a different Tempai. What am I talking about? Ignore me.
Yeah, well, I wonder. She has 1 4-pin. She'll Dama and try to snipe the 4-pin.
Because the 4-pin's in the discard pool of the player who's reached.
Right.
So the 1 or the 4 might come out if she just keeps her mouth. And here it comes. Yes. Very
Clever
nice.
play
Very
from
nice.
Seto.
Oh, that's the beautiful game. That's the beautiful game. Classic.
And there is the temptation
Absolutely.
to just throw the Riichi anyway, just saying I'm going to take the challenge against one player. Everyone can fold to me,
Mm.
and maybe the one big comes out anyway because it's just sort of on the outside. But I really want the value of that the Riichi can give you, but it's just Riichi Pinfu, so maybe the extra value isn't worth it from that spot. As we can see, the gap now is what 3,000, sorry, 4,200. So some space has been created, but there still is a very good opportunity for Tanabe to catch up.
I guess the question I would have loved to ask Seto if she hadn't made that one pin draw would be whether she would have reached with just the West, chased the reach. If she had I think that was the question I was anticipating, and I didn't see that she drew the one pin. So once she drew the one pin, and you could see that there was a 4-pin discard in the player who'd reached discard pool, you're not gonna declare your reach. You're gonna stay Dama. You're gonna be quiet on that one. That was the obvious play. I would have loved to have known whether she'd have chased the reach on just the West Wind.
I'm so curious as well. It seemed like not the worst play, but if you deal in that spot, then you very likely drop to third. And
Sure, it's true, but it's about the courage.
Yeah, it's do you have the courage to make the play? It's a very interesting spot for sure. I wish we could get the player interview. As is, I think Seto dropped Dora on her second discard. So she might like her spot, or might be close to Tempai.
She doesn't want to have that ticking time bomb in her hand. Does she have speed? She has quite a lot of potential here for speed, though, right? Because she can call those green dragons. Not a big fan of that 5-pin, 7-pin shape, but she obviously likes it better than I do.
Yeah, I was thinking about swapping the 5-pin, 7-pin for the 5-mon, 7-mon, but we really are mentally attaching the 7-mon to the 8-mon pair. We're trying to make a 7-8-9 or a 6-7-8.
And she's going to call the green dragon.
Yes.
She's not Tempai. She's not ready yet. And Hoddie's held onto this West Wind despite the dealer throwing it. I think I'd have been tempted just to clean it out immediately. Especially as it's not my wind. As soon as I saw that it could be diffused, I would have probably gone for that.
Yeah, it looks like she is lacking a pair, or at least was lacking a pair until that 6-0 draw. So I guess maybe that's a spot where it's okay to hold on to the West a little bit. I wonder if Hoodie is thinking, if I win 2,000 points, I'm not even happy, because on my dealership, most wins by other players, most smalls, will cause me to drop back to fourth anyway. So if I'm going to win, I want to win with the Dora.
And of course, none of the others came out. So may not be hiding in other people's hands either.
Certainly the dealer has the most incentive to discard it, I think, but I think the other players are just lacking it. They're just in the wall somewhere, which is great for Hoodie.
So Tanabe here has drawn another North being her seat wind. But, it's only worth one hand. The good thing about it, of course, is it gives her two likely safe tiles to defend. And there's another West. Now I'd definitely be getting rid of it. Just yeet it out. There you go.
He doesn't waste any time. The 3-bond, not particularly helpful necessarily, but just as you said, doesn't want to hold it now any longer.
No, because if you did even build a weight on it, it's just that one sad tile you're going to be hunting for.
Yeah, I wonder.
Tempai here. Reach from Hiroyama. It's not that much. It's just Pinfu, right? But it would get her into third, so she'd be avoiding that last place punishment. It makes Seto do a double think about whether, how committed she is to this hand. And Hori is Tenpai, but she decides not to take it.
Yeah, this is a spot where, Hori might not be too pleased with losing 1,000 or 2,000, but Hiroyama certainly will be, because Sumo's by other
Tanabe
players.
uses those. Sorry.
Oh yeah, they'll allow her to retain her third place.
Tanabe has used those north winds as I predicted to fold out when confronted with this reach.
Yeah, one of the sort of hidden benefits of a pair or triplet of a wind or dragon that is valuable to you is that you can drop them. You can just drop them and they probably won't deal in.
Yeah, as long as they're not valuable to anyone else.
We tend to think of them from the offensive perspective, but that also frees you up if you're trying to build a hand, and you're thinking, should I hold the save tile or should I hold the extra acceptance? Well, if you've got that triplet of your wind, that is your built-in safety. You can maybe you don't need an extra save tile if you are worried about having to fold out later, because you've got that triplet to bail away with.
I think the honors can feel instinctively less flexible, but that's the one thing I always find interesting about playing some of these other rule sets, like British Mahjong, which I've already dissed multiple times, probably on this very stream. It teaches you more about how to use those honors, because that rule set tends to heavily rely on bringing honors into your hand. So it allowed me to reassess how I used honors in my Riichi game. I started to value them.
Kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier, with the playing a different play style, offensively or defensively, is one way. Just to experience different things and open your mind to new possibilities. I guess playing different rule sets also can do the same thing.
I'll give a shout out for the 3-player World Riichi Online Team League one more time. I'll put the sign up link in the chat. It said you can sign up as an individual. I will pair you up. Well, I will find a Mensa, a team of 4 for you.
But yeah, if any of the viewers are
on
a team, let me know what your team name is. Maybe I'll be fighting you soon. That starts pretty soon, like a week.
And we're fighting a lot of professionals because they love free player.
I'm very, very much looking
Jen
forward to it.
loves free player. Yeah, Jen loves free player. So you'll see her around for sure. We really have just had people dancing around this reach here, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which is probably going to be frustrating for Hiroyama because she wanted those points. Going to get a little bit, which is going to tip her over into third place, but it's not enough to be comfortable as we move into Horas.
Certainly being the only player Tenpai is a big benefit. If there was one other Tenpai player and she was only gaining a net 500 and leaving a stick in the middle, maybe it feels a little bit worse, but now she's opened up a 4,000 point gap on first, and so that is something.
This is a tight Horas.
It really is. Seto as well, only 4,200 points up for first to second, and there's 1,600 in the middle of the table, so a lot of hands will make up that gap very quickly. But just 2,600 from Tanabe already ties if she wins it directly from Hiroyama or Hori.
Minato is on Sayonara Kita-san.
Oh, very good.
That is a cute name.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because the rule set doesn't use pei kita, right? You can't pei nuki. Can't put that off to the side and increase the value of your hands.
Controversially, I know a lot of people like the nuki rules.
Yeah, I think it's probably better for the stability of the game to not have this, but it can be fun.
I think those people who are attracted to a free player are looking for a respite from the stability of the 4-player mode, no?
That's very true.
So what are we looking at here? Hori just needs fast. She just can't let someone else build a hand before her, right? Seto is not in the most comfortable position. He is first, but it's just such a tiny first. So she probably also wants to go fast, even if it's a tiny hand, just to keep that first place bonus.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, Seto just had a lot of outside shapes and a lot of pairs. Looks like she's not leaning towards the Chanta, having cut the one so. And so she'll just be playing for a normal hand.
Oh, Hottie. Hottie, sorry.
Yeah, with all those pairs, that 5 so really opens up the possibility of the hand a lot.
Oh, and 2 door here from Tanabe.
Although it looks like she
Again.
doesn't really want to play this hand that much.
No, I was going to say she's got this door, but everything else around it is shrapnel. Really tough hand to play. One away for Hori.
It seems like the 2 players with the best chances are Hiroyama and Hori.
Our 2 players in the 3rd and 4th place. Yeah, Tanabe, that's just a miserable position to be in. It's a good draw for Seto. I suspect she's really nervous. She doesn't want to lose the very thin margin lead she wants. And if she's, getting the vibe from the table, she might be able to see that it's Hiroyama and Hori fighting it out. And she might just be able to let them end the game by fighting each other, right?
Yeah.
That's a risk. That'd be a risk to take that strategy.
One of the big issues for Seto's hand is it looks like in order to have a Yaku, she's going to need to Riichi it. And in order to ruin other players, she's going to need to Riichi it. And that's really not the position you want to be in when the most desperate person at the table, the player in 4th, is the dealer. And especially if you find a Riichi with a bad weight, the dealer will fight you down and you could end up losing in a very bad way to that Riichi from the dealer. And so perhaps you just Dama instead and hope to fold out, but it seems that Seto is definitely going to need to be a little bit cautious. South Live, I think it is. Perhaps now.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, one being held by Hiroyama. So perhaps she'll be able to open the hand if she gets close enough to Tempai.
Yeah. This is the ugliest 7 pairs I've ever seen.
But it has 2 Doras, so
yeah, I know,
we're just out.
You don't want to see that, do you?
And Seto as well is sort of leaning into. Ooh, wow! Hey, hold that thought. That's a huge 7-so draw.
Is that 5-man or 6-man? Sorry, 5-man then.
I'm sure she wishes it was a 5-man. She desperately needs one of those shapes to complete.
Seto's hand is awful hand.
Yeah, the 2 players at the top of the scoreboard right now, their hands are sort of leaning towards the Chitoi route as they try to play for the hand while holding escape paths.
Yeah, it's oh look, there you go. That's good for Tanabe, but all of it's so slow. Seto, it just gets worse.
Okay.
It's already committed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not bad. It advances Seto towards Ishantan. And if the South comes out, she can't call it for Tempai. I suspect she would, even though it puts her at a bit of a vulnerability, given that that's 2 South tiles that you're then locking away in a call.
No, I don't know. Hiroyama's going to go with this one. Okay. That White Dragon and Tanabe hand is really what Hori wants, right?
Desperately. Hori did improve to accept 609, so that would be acceptable as well. 3-pin helps too. Gives you the 2-pin tile to draw into Tempai.
I don't think Tanabe's going to throw that white dragon. She's playing too tight, too safe. That's stuck there. Another door.
That's slightly improving the odds. The one pin was dead, so now she gets extra 3-pin draws. Every single tile is just the marginal improvement, but it's not quite the tempai yet.
Yeah, it's not quite where she needs it to be. She needs to get into tempai, even if she's just shooting for this game to end in a draw.
Absolutely. If she does get tempai, she will get 4th.
The cameraman is asking whether she wants to call that 4-pin, but she doesn't because she can draw it herself.
Oh, wow.
Are you going to throw the door, Seto?
Yes.
She is. She's not going to reach it.
Yeah, perhaps Hiroyama or Tanabe with Dama, but probably not Hori unless she already had the Mongon in hand.
I'd be tempted to reach that one. I mean, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, I guess she can win on the south if it comes out, but...
Tanabe checks the score differences there. So you press a little button and it will give you the plus minus, the deltas.
The benefits of playing on an auto table with a score display. And of course, when it gets this late, you have to make sure you know what's going to happen at Ryukyoku. Are you going to drop a low if the player you're fighting against is the only person tempai? In this case, though, there's a large enough gap that Tanabe should be safe if Hiroyama is the only tempai player.
Oh.
Of course,
Hiroyama is resigning herself to a hopeful 3rd place. Can be an anti-climax this one.
3-pin and Riichi will come out. Surely not many draws remaining, just one.
Just one. So in this rule set, you can reach without a draw of your own left.
Yeah, she will get one draw, and then high table will be Hiroyama.
Oh, she's gonna win!
Oh no, it's
Wait, what?
Firitan? It's Firitan because the first cut 9 so.
Oh, she is. Oh, I missed that. You're
That's
right.
okay.
You're quite right. Oh.
She can still keep the dealership going. And I'm certain that 9 so would not have come out other than the fact that it had been discarded already.
Yeah, it's very 10 reach. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize it until it passed myself.
No.
Yeah, I had cut the
done a lot of dancing, hadn't she? So
she had drawn the Dora and held it for a very long time and pulled the 7 so in to accept the Dora. That's okay. The Riichi also forces people to reconsider whether or not they want to play for tempai. And
yeah. So that puts 2 reach sticks on the table to scoop up, and 3 continuations. So that's 2,900 points.
That
right
makes
down the table.
The math extra hard.
Yeah. Well, it means Tanabe doesn't have to reach too hard to catch up over Seto, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Now 7,200 because Seto is also tempai in that last round. That's actually a kind of big deal as well because Hiroyama still ahead by 2,000 here.
Yeah.
Early call though.
Hori really wants to win.
It's a bit of a race in the sand.
You can feel that just from the tempo of the draws and discards, right?
And this game has also been going on for quite a while. They might be approaching the timer limit.
Right? It's a 90-minute timer, right, on this? Is it 90 or 80?
80 was what I had in mind.
80, yeah, probably, yeah. Okay, makes sense.
I believe they have been going for close to the 80 minutes. So this might very well be the last hand of the game.
So Tanabe again looking at the scores, trying to figure out what she needs to do. She said it's hard maths. There's 2,900 points on the table, so she's really got to think what she needs to do. Because that's always the risk as well, is that you try to overachieve. You find too much value to make sure you can definitely pop yourself over the top. But in doing so, you're risking more than maybe you need to.
That's right, because now not only is she considering the 7,200, which becomes 4,300 gap to catch Seto, and also more complications. If you tsumo, you get an extra 300 points of honba, and it's, things get weird there. But you also have to consider, what happens if, what does Hiroyama need to catch you? What does Hori need to catch you? Especially if it's the last hand of the game. All of that's playing through your head. So it's very important to be computing the differences and deciding, given the state of your hand, how aggressive do you want to be? Maybe she just calls to try to confirm second place instead of stealing away first. It all depends on the contents of her hand and the gaps and what she feels the other players are doing.
Yeah, so Hori, that's, pretty obvious flush.
Yeah, she's not making posing any questions at the table about what she's doing. But that's also very scary for the rest of the table because Yakuhai flush, and it's not gonna have a Dora, at least not the one so if it's a flush.
No, she's got the difficulty for her is going to be the timing of letting that Dora come out of hand, right?
Yeah, 58, 78, 87.
Oh, nice.
On Atsumo, she would take second place at least. Seto now 8, so does improve this 5-7 shape.
Yeah, it's not a great hand though. Oh, no, we're not tenpai. Oh, the camera moved too fast.
I couldn't tell if that was a 2-4-4-5 or a 2-4-5-5. It was the latter.
Yeah.
Then it's tenpai. I suspect it was a 2-4-4-5, and so we're still looking. Oh, it's Sanchoku. It's there. Are we going to cut the east for it? For the chance?
I mean, she's just worried about Seto at the east, right?
Oh, wow. Just going to commit straight for it.
Oh, and there's another Dora. That's going to hurt.
It's unfortunate because, open Honitsu is worth the same as a Dora pair, so she could have been tenpai with the same value. Manzu, you don't really want to drop these. Especially because she's sitting to the left of Hori, so she knows her tiles are especially callable.
Oh, Red Dragon. She's discarded prior.
That's a flexible headless. Shantan went away.
It's a long game. They must be tired, yeah. And Tanabe once again looking at those score points because she doesn't have the value here. She's got the Dora, but it's lousy. It's a lousy hand, unfortunately.
As the game progresses towards the final phase, your evaluations change, and so she's just checking again to make sure she's confident with whatever choice she makes. Another Mon tile. It does support the 9.
She's not going to want to throw the east.
And Seto
is have her own flush.
No, Manzu. Seto is perfectly fine if this goes to Ryukyoku and no one's tenpai, or even one player's tenpai that is not Hori. And even if Hori is the one player tenpai, Seto will probably be fine with that, because I do believe at this point, surely it must be the final hand. They've been going for about 90 minutes. A little bit less than that because we had some delay at the start.
She's looking for Tanabe. It is a nasty calculation, this one. I guess she's thinking maybe the 678 Sanshoku would give her what she needs, but it looks far away. Far away and not so many draws.
And this is a spot where Seto needs to consider whether she feels comfortable cutting the 2-pin. If she is, will she make any calls for Tenpai? Doesn't even want to risk the 2-pin. Oh, Tenpai. But you have to drop the 3-mon. If this is the last hunt, I think she has to push it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Hoodie will probably be Tenpai. That's what you're thinking, at least. And that Manzu push definitely signals that Hiroyama is very likely to be Tenpai, I think. So Tanabe needs to reconsider. Again, Ryukyoku is fine, but she cannot deal in. Seto is out. Hori is still fighting, but she needs a Manzu.
Not that many draws left. I think this might be it for Hori. Might be it for Hori.
We saw her pull in a miracle Tenpai with 2 draws remaining.
She did.
In the last round. Can't she do it one more time? That's not it. Hiroyama increasing the drama. Paul giving that tile a good mopai. Feeling that with the thumb, but that's not the winner.
No, we got this is the 6th draw, right? 5 more.
9, so that's not it.
Still no Manzu. 4 more, is it? 1. I think so, yeah.
Should be 1 more.
No luck here for Hiroyama either. It's a real fight between these two. Tenpai? Tanabe's Tenpai.
That's impressive.
Not
it either.
No.
And Hori will miss out. Hiroyama and Tanabe both find Tenpai. That's not going to change positions, but it will certainly improve their scores. And definitely, what a tense last round that was. With 2 Riichi sticks, 3 Honba, anything could have happened.
Yeah, it really just secured in those placements though, didn't it? It was poor Seto. They're obviously feeling a bit relieved after all that tension. Oh, so cute. It's a long game, a long and stressful game. You can see everyone else has gone home because they're cleaning the towels on the other tables.
Oh, so tense. In the end, it is Seto coming out with a win. Tanabe pulls in the 2nd place. Hiroyama maintains the 3rd. Hori must be regretting making that Honitsu force, missing out on the Dora pair-up. Would have been Tenpai on 3-6 Mon and would have been able to snipe the win off of Hiroyama. Had that been the play, of course, you can't know that, right? Surely holding the extra draws in the Mons, there were so many tiles that would have given Tenpai. I think at that point, every single Mon tile would have been Tenpai.
It was a strong game from everyone. It was some tough decisions to make.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate to not be able to draw a single Mon tile in that end, but well fought indeed.
Lots of questions I'd like to ask these people if I had an opportunity to get into their heads. But,
especially this game, there were so many interesting scenarios that presented themselves.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining us for this. We got another game coming. If you are enjoying what we're doing, please do like and subscribe. It makes us feel validated and seen.
Yeah, and you mentioned also for the new players that new viewers that just popped in, that giveaway that's happening. We hit.
So Jen, our little star, has written a book on Mahjong, and it's definitely a must-have if you are a starting out player. But yeah, we have a giveaway, and I guess Jen is announcing the details next month.
Yes, I heard for the start of the new year, we'll get the details of that giveaway. So it only goes out to subscribers. Make sure you have done so on the channel. Yeah, we have one more game, and as was noted a little bit earlier, there are only 3 more sessions left for these players. They're in session 7 out of 10, and so this is the 21st game out of 30 that they're playing. And so it's getting really close to the end, and everything suddenly becomes even more intense. And hopefully this last game
home run now.
will give us the same.
Yeah.
And to help
we have
broadcast that,
we have your Armor colleague coming on, right? We have Corak.
Korak stepping in. How's it going, Korak?
Pretty good for now. We're a little late, and if it's getting later for a broadcast here, it'd be really late for you, Gemma.
I know, I am tired. I won't lie.
Thank you so much, Gemma, for hopping for the first 2 games. Always a pleasure to do commentary with you.
It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. And enjoy the last game, guys.
Very good. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
All right. So we do have one more game. Let us hop straight into the players for game number 3. This time, I think we are seeing a swap around everywhere. We had Seto playing the first 2 games, but for game 3 in the East seat, for Team Mahjong Splash, now Kyomori, our Mew player. In the South seat, for Team Mahjong Kenko Eito, be Kei Okada, representing Mahjong Union. In the West seat, representing Team Jankatsu Master, Mei Sato, who is a Saikouisen professional Mahjong player. And finally in the North seat, representing Team Heartland, Akari Kimura, another Saikouisen Nihon professional Mahjong player. And Team Heartland has had some excellent games. Won the first game, gave a very good effort in that second game. And they are on the climb so far. We'll see how they can do in this final one. Just a reminder for viewers who may have missed it at the beginning, the standings at the start of the stream had Heartland at the top, Eito in second place, Jankatsu Master in third, Mahjong Splash in fourth. I think it was the Splash taking the first game. We will take a look at all the standings combined, all the adjustments that have been made in all 3 games after the end of this third one. That will pop up in just a second.
Yeah, we've seen kind of a separation in the first place team and everyone else. You see the fight back from Mahjong Splash, but even getting a few points isn't going to be enough here because we are on game 21 of 30 now. So you really have to be making a move if you're not within 100 points or so.
We always talk about aggression on your dealership. We saw Mahjong Splash player in the first game being very aggressive and fighting for every single dealer hand. This time, Kyomori will open it up.
Pretty standard Pinfu hand, maybe a Tanya, but you have that 1-3 pin, so just play efficiently. Similarly efficiently here, you see 3 pairs, maybe some sort of Chitora. Ooh, well, you want to go Honitsu, but you have that 4-5 on, and that 7 so definitely indicates Honitsu is at least being kept as an option. Similarly, doesn't keep the floating 4, could just cut the West, but instead wants to hold the West and cut the 4 from the 4-7. So I feel like this is going to be a hand where we might have some unconventional hand structures. Maybe double Honitsu and a Chitoitsu.
Yeah, we saw a couple interesting Chitoi moves in the second game. Players just going straight for it, even with hands that seemed like they could also become normal hands as well. And so it'll be interesting to see how dedicated these players in game number 3 are to the Chitoi, to the pairs.
Well, there is one that I believe had 5 pairs, so at that point, you're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to see the tune called, and hasn't given up on this penchant yet, but definitely the plan A is go Honitsu. 7 to the great fill there. Would be headless, otherwise on a Chito. It's not a Tempai. There, this is the 5 pair Cheeto hand. Or you see the call. We'll cut the west here. So this is actually Tempa and the 3/6 mon.
Yeah, all sorts of different hands
Cutting
here.
the 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, I really prefer getting value out of this. I'm not as thrilled with get your 1 Han and get out of here.
One note, dealer Kilmany kept the Dora South, and Okada, that Chitoi hand in the south seat, is waiting to find a pair and could end up with a Tonki on the south wind, so this could be a problem for the dealer in the future.
Oh, and there you see another west being pulled in. But given that 8 from the 8-9 Penshon, it's definitely towards the Holdnitsu. 6, now Ishan 10. Or no, it's Ryan Shunten because it doesn't have to fill out the Anko on the 8-mon still. Looking for Haku is a relative safe tile. There's our pair up. There's our cheat toy waiting on 2-pin. Oh, and the 5-pin would be a really nice tile there. 8-pin pair up. Now Ishan 10 will have to overflow the Dora when you get Tempai, but I think it's worth it when you get there. And just the Sumagiri Riichi's, okay, fine. 2-pin's going to come out if you guys are playing like this.
And now the 2 players who were holding the door, they're stuck. Are they going to drop the south at this point? I don't think so.
Well, even here, you got to throw the 3-so into the Sumagiri Riichi like this. You are Tempai, so you're probably supposed to. And it does go out. 2 pairs up. There goes the west. Now that is Ishan. 10 needs a 5-mon and a 2 or 8-mon. Ah, the 9-so. The problem is that's 2 out. Otherwise, you would have loved that as potential weight. And the Hatsu cut, so that looks like a fold.
2-pin still has 2 tiles in the wall, so it is...
Ooh, well, 3-so is one chance here. It's also safe, I believe.
Oh, hello, Suji.
4F30, yeah.
Oh, and that's going to encourage the 2-pin to come out.
There's the 2. Riichi, Chitoi, Dora 2, Ura 2.
Oh my. That's a Hanuman to start things off for Okada. 12,000 direct.
There you see the 12,000 bonus, and Okada in excellent position now.
A timely 5-pin cut.
Well, and it's most important because this is the team you're competing with.
Oh, that's so true. That's first place team that has eaten the 12,000 loss.
Yeah, see the spread here is 170 points going into this game, so that you really need a first, you need them to take a fourth, but hitting a Hanemon in East 1 is a good start to doing just that. So we see the double East could make a run here, also as a Dora, great starting hand. 5-mon really didn't do anything, but the rest of the shapes are kind of meh. Maybe there's an Itsu. We see the double East has now been called. There's now Ishan 10 for double East Dora 1.
Snapped off that call.
8 connects loosely to the 6, but this is a long way to go. It's probably Pinfu, maybe a Ipeko and lower Pinzu. Now going to be paired up. I'm going to float the 7 here. You have a pension in this hand, so you're looking for any excuse to get rid of it. So I like the floating 7 for now.
Yeah, perhaps if we draw something that increases the acceptance of the pension, maybe a 1-mon or a 2-mon, we can cut the 7. Or maybe we keep
interesting.
The 7
Hold the last East tile as a safety and end up losing a bit of Ukiere by cutting the 9.
Limiting the tile acceptance.
Dealer can be scary, but I just don't believe it on turn 2.
I wonder if there's a mental aspect as well with the winning a Hanuman first and then snapping off the call with great confidence. I wonder if that plays into it at all. Are you a player that reads into body language?
No. Well, unless they're just something that's hilariously obvious.
Sure.
I'm very much a, why did that happen? Not looking at them and trying to make a mental read on something. Oh, and having thrown the 7, the 6 comes out the next turn. 4-so is a pretty good floater here, but the shapes are reasonably locked in. The problem is they're terrible, but we'll take it anyway. 9-pin pair up. There is a route to a Honitsu here, but just going to play efficiency for now, cutting these honors. The 6 loosely connects to the 4. There's Ishan 10 for a possible Sanshoku. 3 so doesn't do anything. Still Ishan 10. The 7 pairs up. And, ugh. 3 pairs to cheat twice, probably the best route for that hand. And that's a pretty grim view.
None of these hands look fantastic, except for the dealers, which also is sitting with 2 bad shapes.
Yes. Well, that's an upgrade. That's a definite upgrade.
Yeah, that's why we kept the 4-mon.
Some of those times with those hands, you'll cut the 1 from the 1, 2, 4, 4, 5, 6 because it's not that useful. But figured there might be an excuse for the 1 to pair up in a situation like that, and then it's a really easy call.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen people just outright throw the 4 and just keep the 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, saying they'll make the 3 look better.
I never like that. Because when you do that, you've limited your options later.
For sure. Unless you have like a read that the 1-mon is going to be your next draw.
Right. Okay, so this is a bit of a decision. Wants the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, but the blocks aren't really moving there. And ends up cutting the 9. We'll hold the Haku as a safe tile here. Still Ishan 10. Has been Ishan 10 for a while. Keeps getting lateral movements.
And the tile that we really want is the 5-pin, and that's being locked away. At least 3 copies in other players' hands.
Well, that's the thing. When you have a 4-pin Dora, the 3, 4, and 5 are all very difficult to get. But that's part of what you know you're doing when you call. Is you figure, I may have to draw that myself. The problem is that hand has gotten Sozu after Sozu. Look at that pawn.
It looks
7,
like
6, 6, 4, 3.
If most of those weren't Tsumokiri, just draw, discard, I would think that she's forcing a Honitsu.
Now,
Not from the early cuts,
10.
but
Which
certainly.
shape's going to be taken? Okay, cuts the 3 so. And we're giving up on the Sanshoku.
Yeah, maybe we slide up to 6, 7, 8 instead.
Going to require multiple slides for that. That just feels like a way to get it. And this 9 feels almost like a fold. That's an I don't believe I'm winning this hand. Well, there's your 5, 6, 7 shift. So you just needed the 5, and I guess there's a route for it. But you have the awkward shape in Pinzu. You almost want to go 3 block with that, which is less than ideal. Well, that's a shape upgrade. Couldn't have potentially Dorotanki even.
Yeah, and that's actually a perfectly acceptable place to be.
If you know you have to sumo it anyway, might as well get the value on the sumo.
Sure. Kind of tough. Again, this awkward pin shape. What do you want to keep? What do you want to give up?
I would throw the 5 or earlier, but it's so late I just don't want to. I kind of want to just cut the 2.
Yeah, I think she was also in wanting to cut the 5, but just couldn't do it, and so went with the 5 so instead. And maybe we'll cut the 2 if we get Tempai.
And so that hand didn't want to throw a Pinzu tie. Oh, there's Tempai. Here's potentially Dorotanki. Orkin got the 9. We'll wait on the 5 here, cutting the 9, breaking the Anko. Because there's always an option when you have that headless Anko shape. I think everyone's just scared of these middle Pinzu tiles. Oh, well, that's a perfect draw.
Yeah, there's no Sanchoku here.
It is Tempai, though. Oh. And there it is. It's going to be Riichi Pinfu, but it gets blocked, of course, by the double East Dora 1. So it'll be 5,800. Everyone knew those middle Pinzu tiles were scary, but it had a good weight with some value and took it. And Okada is really starting to run this up, which, again, is what the team needs badly.
Yeah, we saw that perfect draw of the 6, so it almost feels like the wall is telling you, just go for it. I've given you the perfect tile so that you can play the hand, and then you deal in 58. You're like, you will hide to me, wall. You're favoring the other player.
You could have gotten away with the 2 there. It would have been a bad way, but it would have confirmed Ipeko, which is debatable in that situation. Regardless, We are now in South 2-1, and dealer has a few pairs, kind of normal hand, nothing fancy there. Similarly, a mediocre hand here. There's not really any value in any of these hands. None of them are just objectively bad, but none are good. This is one where I look at all 4 hands, and my combined view is meh.
Perhaps Sato
Do have
is
2 Dora there, so maybe some sort of Chitoi or Honetsu shift later.
yeah.
We're going to see the call here. Of course, that is the Yakuhai, so with that pair up, that is a route to make some value out of that hand.
And we'll see how viable Honitsu is. I have the feeling that she's just going to stick with a 3,900 win.
That is what you would expect with the rest of these shapes. But
If you draw a
if
7
anything,
pin.
yeah, if you keep connecting inside Pinzu, you're looking for an excuse to move the hand in that direction.
For sure.
But it's always that problem that the boost from 4 Han to 5 is pretty terrible. So, the backfire on the East.
It's unfortunate.
I wonder if Tumon's a better choice just in case of that. To me, it's very 50-50 there. Now you've seen 2 East, so that's held as a safe tile.
Oh, well, there's the 7.
Oh, well, there's the 7 you asked for. Oh, you know what I'd really like now? A pair of these.
I knew we were going there. I can't help.
You'd be looking at Hanemon at this point.
Yeah, I
that's
can't help
depressing.
as a player. Like when that happens, I'm just looking at the pair of my pawn. Like, why didn't I have more faith? Why didn't I greed the Honitsu a little bit more? But
That's gonna fill in.
I was talking with Gemma in the last game about log reviews, and you see the punishments that happened in game, the backfires, I should say, but you can't let that affect your decision making in the moment necessarily.
If you feel you've been through a lot of backfires, you know what you need to do is go to log review and watch someone else's perspective. Because I assure you, you're not the only one that is backfiring on every draw.
And we did see the call.
Then you see a call down for Tempai for 3-4.
It does have Magon potential if she finds a 3-pin, and that's
Well, there is an Ishan 10 that would have to cut the Dora if Tempai is taken. Tumon doesn't really do anything, just kind of an overlap in that shape. Yeah, this is the hand where if you get 7-pin, it probably just comes out.
That is dealer as well, so there's some incentive to fight for it. And you've already built up this 17,000 point lead on the other 2 players in second.
At the same time, I kind of feel the opposite. When you have a lead like this, just don't get yourself in. Well, now we find out. And said, yeah, we're not going to directly attack. I like this a lot. Ooh, that's 3-sided.
Yeah,
you just cut the 4 here. Yeah.
No Furitan.
You still have your Dora accepted. It's just a straight upgrade.
Yeah, what a great draw. And I want to get a look at the dealer hand once again to see if there's a Sanchoku chance. 5, 6, 7. If you drew 5-pin, I think you would be justified in discarding the Dora, but
doesn't matter. There's a sumo.
All right, so Sato now picking up some points.
Yes, gets the 1100, 2100.
Jankatsu Master on the scoreboard now. Clear second place and the dealership.
Yes, and off that win, we'll have a dealer here in East 3, but a long way to go still. Dora is 3-mon. As dealer, you don't even mind paying out the 21 for that. It's like, yeah, I would have liked to win, but especially when you're like, hey, maybe I could have taken the tempo with that 3-pin and dealt it to Manga. That's always fun, right?
Yeah, actually, if I was in Okada's spot, I would just be looking at that potential Manga deal in my head and feeling great about my decision making.
Now, certainly rewarded, and 2,000 certainly cheaper than the Mangan. But look at these hands. A whole bunch of Montaus, maybe a Chinitsu even. In the Dora suit without a 3, though, is really awkward. Maybe a 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku in that hand. Here, look for the Haku pair, maybe call and go. Not much value. And here, looking for any Peiko in Sozu.
Yeah, it feels really natural for Kimura to just aim for the Chinitsu because she needs the points. I guess her team doesn't need the points, but certainly in this game itself.
Well, we're playing with
back.
pretty big Uma, so you do well. Oh, well, now you don't even have to think about it. I wouldn't even think. I'm cutting 5-pin right away. The only reason not to is if you want to try and disguise it from the table and then maybe go west. But I'd say forget this. I'm just going.
Yeah.
And this long pause can also send message to the table as well. That I'm thinking about something.
I definitely am a player that likes to think about why my opponents are pausing.
And the 8's going to upgrade the to Ryanman with the 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 pin now. So there's a Distinitsu, but you wouldn't count on. There's going to be a Chi of the 8. Gets rid of the weakest block of the bunch. And now building towards that Chinitsu Dora, maybe Itsu.
Locking in a 7, 8, 9 means that Itsu is possible.
Well, can't use the second 9, and the 8 pin goes back out as well. And all of a sudden, this 3 and this 3, 5, 6 feels really bad. That's the type of tile that you're either going to have to cut now, or you're just going to sit on until the end of the hand.
Yeah, certainly has that feel. That's another Mon.
Ooh, 2! That is now Ishan 10, and Itsu looking better. Yep. If you pawn the 7, you can wait with the 3, 6.
7 so.
I really like the 6 Mon cut there. I just don't like it in this hand. We know there's a Chinitsu on board. We want the 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku. The good weight doesn't matter because we're not going to cut Dora into the Chinitsu anyway. So I just go for it and say, we'll take the Kanchan and worry about it later.
Yeah, this approach is more along the lines of, we'll never allow this player to advance. Maybe they find the draws themselves, but I will never help them. That's certainly a valid way to play when you've got a lead.
It is, but I hate it. I'm very much one of those people. I don't care how much I help you as long as I don't deal the last one. It's the other players who have to deal with your nonsense.
You know, the other players are just giving you the side eye like, are you really helping them here? Why? Now you're making me have to
the best response is just a big grin because you know exactly what you're doing and they know exactly what you're doing and they can't stop you from doing it.
That's a similar vibe to when I declare a Riichi against someone's Honitsu, and then the player to my right drops a tile at the Honitsu that can then call into Tenpai, and they're like, here, you two fight it. I'm like, thanks a lot. Well, hold on,
Could move towards Tanya with a 1-pin cut here, but it still has this floating 5, which kind of shuts the hand down. Might even just fold out of this.
Yeah, it's always a shame to fold out from your dealership.
Continuing to push. There's a lot of value if you can ever connect some to that 5-mon, though.
Yeah, and Sato's thinking, how can I draw around this 5-mon and be able to fight? And Tanya's one of the ways to do that. Work toward Pinfu as well as possible.
Well, that's goodbye, Itsu.
It's unfortunately Tenpai. Honitsu Dora and Chun possible.
When a 7 moves to sort of 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, could call this down if a 6 ever comes out. Yeah, and the 7 Chun Shampo, not too much to think about there.
For Kimura, it's one of those Tenpai that's like, I would have very much preferred to have the Chinitsu instead, but it's here, so I guess I'll take it.
Yeah, there is 1 Chun out, so 1 left in the wall. Rest are play. Okay, we've seen overflow. We're done here. Nice collection of 6-mon. Anko's that up and is now Ishan 10.
Yeah, the only players who are going to be able to fight are those that are able to fit all the mons into their hand. And frankly, all the honor tiles, too.
Oh, that's Tempai. Could slam the Dora here.
Yeesh.
That's such a bad
What a funny
situation to
thought
be
that
in. And
is.
you see the overflow. Oh, there's a June. So that's going to be the end of this. Needs the 7-mon. And of course, we see one of them here. Get the 3. Oh, either way would have filled. Just throws the Dora back.
That's a shame when you can't use the Dora, but that definitely means that you're Tempai. The players around
if
the
you
table
had
weren't
any
sure.
questions about it, those are now gone.
Oh, because the Dora came out, that means that we can fight.
Yeah, I can just continue advancing my hand. Don't have to worry about it now.
That's actually a really relevant discard. And Kilmany gets to
This is
hold the
Tempai with the 4/7, so 2 players Tempai.
Yeah, what a relief it must have been to see that 3-mon come out and realize I can fight for this. So that will even things up.
Kimura gets at least something there, but Kyomori with a 1,500 pickup at the end, and we're at East 4 now.
Yeah, compared to the last game, this has been speeding along. R2.
And Kimura needs to go on a run here. You do have the all-last dealership eventually, but this is the type of situation where you feel you need to make something happen. And that is a hand to make something happen. Wow!
That...
You just wish you had a Dora, but ooh, that's pretty.
It's like the last hand came back. Just lacking Dora.
A few pairs there as well, but likely Pinfu hands. Didn't really hear. A couple runs, probably Pinfu. This is just kind of disconnected everything. You have double Kanchan with a 4-6-6-8 in Manzu. Oh, and the 5. Do you just go Suanko? I'm always cutting 6-man here. Not even thinking about it. It would have left my hand at least 10 seconds ago.
Wow, in game...
I realized you only drew 5 seconds ago. That being my point.
Game number 2, we had a Ryukyoku where a player was Suanko Honitsu Tempai. Could we see it 2 games in a row?
Dora pair up. This feels Chitoi now. Yeah, and the 6 is not hard committing to it, but kind of soft committing.
Another pair.
So pair up, but it doesn't really move anything. Maybe to Peiko later.
All right,
this was it
time.
towards the Ryoncon, but I'm just throwing it back. Yes, go for it. You're at 7,600. You might as well.
Players and commentators in agreement here. Kimura, we'll see if she can continue drawing Manzu. That is not one. So it's going to be a waiting game now.
It is a 1. It's not the 1.
That's true. 1 Mon preferred. Thank you very much.
Another one of the birds pops out. East doesn't really do anything. You get tossed back. 3-pin. Oh, now she's thinking, maybe I should have kept that 4. Nah, you were right. Go for it. Even if it doesn't work out, it was still the right decision. That's what's so frustrating in Mahjong, is you can be punished for making the right decision and often will. So we're going to see the North called and just going for the Honitsu. There is a Honitsu toy, and Sonanko isn't even dead yet. That's something a lot of people forget, is you can still pick up Sonanko even open. Of course, one of my favorite hands is the classic cheese something random and sumo Sonanko.
I also enjoyed watching Kimura call that tile in the trademark Saikouisen way. It's always fun to see the little differences between the individual pro leagues represented in the way they manage the tiles.
Oh, 2 comes out, so the 1's probably coming out next turn. That'll be called.
And that will be a super strong Tempai after...
Yeah, it's what? At least 7, 6, 5, 3. It might also be a 4. I think it includes a 4.
Yeah, it feels like you're...
There's the
4, 5,
1.
6, 7. Four-sided weight for Kimina Honitsu. Could be Toy Toy on the 6
Yes,
month.
the Toy Toy would be really nice because that boosts the value to Mongon. Toy Toy Honitsu, always better than just Honitsu.
And every one of these Tonkis...
Interesting. If it were not Furitan, I love the switch to the South Tonki.
And we saw that little hesitation. She's definitely thinking about what tile she's willing to swap to for the Toy Toy Force.
Right, because they're just such a value difference. Problem is, now you see that 6 mod, which may come out, and that's the expensive end.
And the other interesting move that she can make is if she feels that the Manzu will never come out, she can even cut the 6 mon for any tile and still win with Toy Toy.
Yeah, this is super... Well, I'm seeing here. Okay, gets away from it for now, but may cut the 6 on Tempai. 7 sumos it, and that's going to be extra foo with the 2 calls, so it's 3,900, 13 all.
Slowly but surely, Kimina advancing now.
And of course, the home bug gets the cheap end, but we'll take it.
11-8, we will repeat. The gap now just about 12k. And that's just one dealer
Basically,
Mongon.
you need a dealer Mongon. Yeah, and you have this dealer and, of course, next dealer. And it just feels different when you don't have that 4 digits in front of you once you pass the 10,000 threshold. It's just depressing looking down and seeing you don't have a single 10,000 in there.
Akiko has played 9 years as a professional player.
Definitely has some experience then. This feels like a Pinfu hand. Also a Dora with a 1-3-3. 1 is Dora. Pinfu hand, and not Pinfu hand. That feels Honitsu or Kokushi.
Decidedly the opposite of Pinfu.
And if you watch a lot of our broadcasts, you probably hear Corak going, that's a Pinfu hand, even though it's a long way away, disconnect. Because most hands are Pinfu hands. It is the most efficient way to build almost any hand. Sometimes, though, tiles just don't maneuver that direction.
Yeah, hands naturally work themselves towards sequences if you're playing for efficiency. So, and when you have all sequences, most of the time you get Pinfu.
Fremon pair up, and you're getting the Honitsu, but Honitsu in the off Dora suit is not nearly as good in Akanashi. Because there just aren't many things you can be building in there for value. Of course, we just saw a Honitsu only on the last hand, but that was because it was not supposed to be Honitsu only. It was supposed to be Honitsu Toy Toy. It just ended up winning on one of the cheap ends.
It's funny.
5 makes a nice little Manzu shape there. 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Needs an 8.
Kind of want to watch how Sato draws Kokushi tiles. All of the non-Kokushi tiles are on the right.
Well, now as an Anko with a 9, I think you just play normally here. And yeah, that's definitely the way that hand has moved.
Gave it a glance.
And I feel that's something a lot of new and intermediate players get into trouble on, is they say it's Kokushi, and then they just start drawing things to turn it to a normal hand, and say, no, it was Kokushi, which it might have been on turn 1, but is not on turn 5 or 6.
That's true. You've talked a lot in the past about not just fixating on one hand, but leaving other possibilities open, and that is true for even Kokushi, which is... It seems rare, difficult to find something other than Kokushi out of a mixture of terminals and honors.
Well, a big part of it is the way you build Kokushi should be leaving other options open. That you should be able to add a Chanta, a Junchan, a Chitoitsu, a Honitsu, something in there that although it's always your A plan, it shouldn't be your B plan. And we have a Tenpai here, Chun Honitsu, in the Dora suit without a Dora.
Oh, that's tragic.
Waiting on the 7-pin.
But can easily use a 1-pin if it's drawn.
Yeah, I believe a 1-pin also adds Itsu.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Well, speaking of ones...
No, they're getting drawn.
Yes. Kind of surprised the one wasn't cheat there.
Ooh.
I believe it would have been a better Tenpai.
Oh, there's the fill.
Well, just draw it yourself then. You can go for the Itsu, cutting the 5, or you can cut the 9 for a significantly better shape. And yeah, it goes for the Itsu here. This is Chun Itsu Dora 1, waiting on 7-pin.
Of course, the Honitsu. And it's awkward because the Itsu adds 1 to your value. Ooh.
Oh, there's a Riichi. Possible Sananko here.
Yeah, I did not see a Riichi coming out of what was Honitsu. Or rather, Kokushi.
We're going to see the shift here. I believe that's a 3-6-8 weight.
Yeah, and Dotsu. The 6-pin is your triplet, then you can win on the 3-6. And if the 6-pin is your pair, then it's the 6-pin, 8-pin double pair weight.
I'm trying to decide whether checking the West is worthwhile. Throws the 3 so into it. Sees the 6 too early and says the 3 can't be it, can it? And it can, but it's usually some weird cheat toy. Oh, there's our Sumo.
Nice weight swap. We lose the Itsu, but it's okay. We have the Dora. It's still a Mangan.
Chun Honitsu Dora 1, Mangan Sumo.
And collects 2 Honba as well as the Riichi stick. It's an extra 1600.
And now right up there, close to first, 2,000 back, and will be dealer in South 1.
For Kyomori. Plays for Team Mahjong Splash. Is the owner of Team Mahjong Splash.
Well, did nicely on the last hand. It's a pretty good starting hand here. Well, it looked better, but at least there's a Hatsu pair up. The shapes are good. I just don't see any value in it. This is a pretty standard Pinfu hand. This is a pretty standard Pinfu hand. Maybe some sort of Chinitsu shift later, but just play efficiently for now. And similarly, this is a pretty standard Pinfu hand. When I look at those, I'm just always depressed one of my favorite things to do is just count the number of odd tiles in your hand. How many times you get a 1-3-5-7 or a 3-5-7-9 or a 1-3-5-7-9? And if I hit 4, I say, okay, the hand's bad.
Yeah, all honors, or rather, all odds may be a hand in American Mahjong, but it's not a hand in Japanese Mahjong, unfortunately.
Well, this is moving the hand a little bit forward, but still no value here. Well, draw Dora. There's your value.
Yeah, that works.
There's also an Itsu shift in Pinzu, but the shapes are still a mess. I feel the Hatsu Call and Go is the fastest hand of the bunch right now. That 5 is going to push this towards an Itsu, possible Chinitsu, but unlikely, just given how many of the other blocks are pretty well established. Should go north or 9 mall. I'll go with the north.
And maybe hedging.
7-pin connects to the 6.
I think Kimura is definitely thinking about 789 Sanchoku because she has 2 bad shapes, 3-5 pin, 3-5 mon, 2 Kanchans. Drawing a 7 mon or an 8 mon isn't really that much worse, and she has the Sanchoku value.
That's the draw you're looking for. We'll go ahead and cut the Penchun 1, the 9 so it's a miss. 8 so it's a bit of an overlap. It will get thrown, especially with 2 9 so out and 1 in your hand. 9 months a miss. We'll get rid of the 2, figuring the 9's a little bit safer, especially with 2 8s haven't come out. See the 5 pair up here, and it's moving towards Tanya. Cuts the Penchun here. Oh, well, there's you've upgraded to the 3579. Funny, I was talking about that not long ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 8-mons have come out, so it's a little bit worse than it was when we were talking about it, but I mean, still worth attempting, right?
Well, it's just sad to see. There's no way that hand really moves forward. Ooh, this is an interesting choice. I go 5-pin because you love the Eito. You have the 2 Dora. There are lots of ways you can use those shapes, and the 5 isn't really adding anything because you can still accept the 4 and you can still accept the 6 and the other options.
Yeah, most of the times,
Should be the.
one of those.
Ooh, that's been interesting. Cut the 7. There is a way to slim down that bloated Pinzu shape and just wants that 9 as a safe tile.
We'll see. Oh, there's another 8. Suddenly, I'm not feeling so
Well, now
optimistic.
the 9 does feel like a good safe tile.
Yeah.
That is an Ishan 10. Hold the Hatsu as the safety here. 6 pins a hit. This is not Tempai. There's no pair. You see 2 of them. The problem is they're being used in runs. As that Eito on the 1, 2, 3 pin.
Yeah, 9-mon cut really makes a lot of sense because the 9s and 8s both have been coming out like crazy.
6, that is Ishan 10. Could have kept that 1 as a potential extra acceptance on the 3-mon, but throws it back. 4. Let's see. I mean, it has to be a Tempai, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately not.
I don't think it is.
Well,
yeah, because you have a 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 6.
the question is, what is the best cut to maintain the widest?
Yeah,
Ishan
that's
10?
one of those go to your Chiditsu traders.
Tiles and types. Question right there.
Oh, does knock over the Dora indicator, but that's okay because everyone already knows what that tile is. It's a big issue if you knock over the Condora or the Rinshan.
Still looking for a good Tempai is Kilmidi.
And okay, there's our Tempai. Riichi Hatsu on 5's 8 so.
It's good enough, and
And there's be the call, just wants the K10 here.
and we'll also break the Patsu at the same time. Small little bonus. No bonus Han. No bonus value for Kilmodi, but we'll see what her draw is. So.
3 so.
And what it would have been. 7 mon, so I wasn't going to get there anyway. Ah.
4.
A couple different ways to take the Tempai.
This is Tempai waiting on the 5 so.
Oh, and Tempai as well for...
And that's Tempai waiting on the 2 pin, Dama. Oh, there's our Sumo though. Reach Sumo Hatsu. No Ura, but should be 2,000 all is the dealer Sumo.
Yeah, it does actually get bonus Fu from this. 8 for the Anko. 2 for the
Yeah,
Contra,
it's
2
one of
for
those
the
weird
Sumo.
ones. You can interpret it 2 different ways. So you take the Kanchan, with which pushes it over at the 8 for the Anko, the 2 for the Sumo, and the 2 for the Kanchan, which crosses that 10 threshold up to 40 Fu.
So 2,600 all. And we'll get a repeat. Ooh, I see the Hatsu pair again.
2 pin is Dora. Well, you saw the Hatsu pair, and then you see everything else. It wants to be Chitoy or Toy Toy. But it may be regular, it may just be Hatsu and Go. The 5's a great fill with the 4, 5, 6 so. But similarly, Pinfu, this is also a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You do have a 2, 5, 8, and 9-mon shape, which is a bit frustrating to use, but the rest of the hand's workable. This has a Haku pair up. So that may be a call and go. 6 so. Loosely connects the 4, 5, 6 for a possibly Peiko upgrade later. 4-pin pairs up. It doesn't really do much, but it does allow you to at least, in theory, accept a door. If you draw a door, then you're at a 2, 4, 4, 5. You have the overlap on the 3. 1 pin, however, does complete that shape with the Dora, but still has that 2, 5, 8, 9 mon, which is just really ugly. 9 pins a miss. 2 so pairs up here. Hands starting to come together. Looks like a Riichi Pinfu Tanyao type hand.
Haku's going to be passed here from Kimura. Wants more value than just open one Han.
Well, if you open this, does it even move the hand along? Not really.
Yeah, at that point, you'd rather just have your draw and hope that it moves you forward.
Yeah, there's some other way to make something out of this hand. Maybe you take the second one, but the rest of the hand's so bad. This is one where a lot of pros especially will tend to fold on this type of... Well, okay, now you're back in it.
Now we might be opening. Are we going to force
now? Yeah, now we're going to plan B. And there's a south. Are we going to see that? Are we going to see it called? There it goes. And there it goes. Honitsu also looking very good here. Honitsu double Yakuhai would be a Mangan route, which, considering how that hand was just a few turns ago,
yeah,
is a major accomplishment.
It's funny how one draw suddenly opens up the possibilities for the hand.
6 mon pairs up, can cut the Hatsu, or can go with the 4-5, going for the value.
Straightforward.
And I feel if that 4-5 were a 3-4 where you could accept the Dora, you'd keep it, but there's just not much to using it right now. 9 pin doesn't really do anything. 9 still doesn't do anything. It might be kept as a safer tile than the 5 pin, which you definitely get rid of. At the same time, the Ryanman Pinzu cut around Dora definitely alerts the rest of the table you're up to something.
Yeah, especially after opening up with a 15,000 point gap, and more than that even. You know, the question is, why is this player opening? They have to have some type of value. What is it? Is it a Dora Anko? A Dora triplet? Is it some Honitsu force? And seeing a 4-5 like that...
Yeah, feels like a Honitsu force, because it's the offsuit from the Dora.
Exactly.
I figure also the Haku might be really bad now.
Yeah, I mean, Toy is a possibility with Dora pair, but...
Ooh, Kumon. I definitely cut the I would want to cut the 2-pin. It's Dora floating it. Instead, gives up the immediate route towards a wider shape in with a 2-4-6, but I might have just cut the Dora anyway.
And Sato
There's going to be a call. It's now Ishan 10.
Yeah, because the 2-mon pass, Sato took that opportunity to try to squeak it by, but Kimura still managed to get the chi.
Now, if a person passes, it just generally means the pawn wasn't it.
Right. Yeah, at least you know it won't deal in. But did it help advance Kimura's hand?
Well, and the 4 pair. Now, this hand has so many pairs. And just ends up breaking. It says, I'm probably done. Doesn't want to throw the door. I feels what's going on here. Interesting. Could have kept the 5 here, used the 2 as a pair, and maneuver this downward, but instead that feels like a fold as well.
Slightly better Ishan for Kimura after that 9-mon draw. Can accept some Pon calls into Tempai, including the White Dragon, which is really what we're looking for.
Well, that was the tile that was being looked for, and I get to the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this is an Ishan 10.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we can ever jam that east.
This is an Ishan 10, but it isn't going to take it. It feels like the east is getting squeezed here.
Yeah, Kyomori's played very consistently to avoid the Honitsu hands from Kimura, even if, even though she's not directly next to her.
Ooh, that draw may change your mind. There it goes. Headless Ishan. Oh, Tempai now on the 7-mon for South Haku Honitsu.
That's the value that she was aiming for from the start, but is 7-mon live? I see 1 in the pawns. See if you dare try a second 2-mon.
Wants to shove this too. Does it? And at 20,600, I feel you have to make a stand here. If you have a hand like this, you just need to make something happen.
Yeah, it's
Especially where the
unfortunate.
team is. With where the team is, you just have to go.
Yeah, that's I think the biggest factor here. Because if you deal into the Mongon, you are dropping to 4th place. But the team needs, as Gemma was saying earlier, a courageous player right now.
Khan!
Oh, and the 2-mon that's been discarded twice becomes the door, and a 3-mon drawn, but okay, we'll try it out. Clears.
Yes, throws the 1. Is not going to throw the 3 yet. Khan may just end up shutting down the rest of this table. Should be 2-pin, I would guess. It is Dora. No, just going to move this towards Tanyao. These players definitely do not want to throw Dora.
So the issue, I think, is that 3-4 shape has no more 2-mons to accept, and all the 5-pins are in that con, or 5-mon rather, so that's just a dead diamond.
Right, but at this slate, you're not even expecting to win the hand. You just want Tempai.
And that's going to involve dropping either the 3 or the 4. Or the 8.
Oh, well, there's the Tempai. Wait, no, it's not. That's the 998. I thought it was a 999.
Yeah, we'll have to jam one of those tiles. Speaking of
that,
Tempai,
on the other hand, is Tempai. And just Dama's here, 2-pin Tuso. Feels that Tuso has a decent chance of flowing out. It did come out a couple turns ago. Wants the Gimbutsu snipe on the Tuso, but that's not going to be it.
Eito instead passes, and 2 players Tempai.
And the other players look at it. Oh, there was a second security hand on the table.
Okada and Kimura, second and 4th, advancing. And that
This will not change the positions overall, but close the gap a little bit. And Okada will be dealer here in South 2 with 2 Honma.
Okada lives in Osaka and usually plays all 3 games rather on the days that she comes to the Yukan
Well, if
Fuji
you're
Cup.
traveling a long way, you definitely want to get as many of your games out at once as possible.
Absolutely.
Well, look at this hand. Double dragon pair, so maybe a call and go. You'd love to move Honitsu. First hand wasn't that useful for it. There's a Chun and a Dora. So maybe call there, maybe build it close. 4-so pairs up. Awkward shape in Sozu with a 4-4, 6-6, 7-9. And that 7-so definitely indicates wants to go Honitsu, but isn't 100% sure which suit. And that's just a pretty standard thing. When you have 2 confirmed Yakuhai pairs, you generally want to have an excuse to go Honitsu. It's just a relatively easy Mongon.
Yeah, especially in Akanashi without red 5s. Honitsu plus 2 Yakuhai is just the Mongon, easy route to Mongon. You don't need an inflated hand with the red 5s.
Well, 8-so is another pair here, but probably not going to get this. Maybe the north. Cuts the 3-mon. Interesting. Cuts from the 3-5. I'm not quite sure what the plan here is. We get the 1-2-3 in Manzu. Moving together. Definitely wants the Manzu Honitsu, but would probably take just the 2 Hon if it comes that way. 4-pin extends this 4-5-6-6 shape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gonna hold the 7 as the pair for now, but the instant either the east or the south pairs up, the 7s are just gone.
We've seen so many Manzu Honitsu. I think the players are going to be extra attuned to it.
A 2-so does connect, and it's Dora. Needs a 3-so now to fill that pinch on. 4 pins a miss.
Ooh.
3-mon fills the 2-4-4. 7-mon fills in, and now that is Ishanten for Riichi Dora, maybe Pinfu.
Back-to-back Ishanten. Great fills.
And there's the south, and I said the instant one of those pairs up, the 7s are gone, and that is what we are seeing.
Sato's hand now basically confirmed. Oh, that's a Tempai. We're going to see a Riichi Kyomuni On the
Yep,
Sunzel.
Riichi Dora 1 waiting on 3, so wants to shut down the dealer here and move the game on.
It's okay. We're gonna be
Aku
fighting.
Anko now Ishanten.
Currently, no way to use all three Yakuhai.
Well, I'd have to pair up the 6 or the 8.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Another 3-so comes to Okada.
It really doesn't do much. You do have the 4 cut earlier, but we'll just go ahead and shove it. Oh, is it the 6-so? 3 is Suji, but trusting Suji near Dora is generally not advised.
No. Oh, that's Tempai.
Oh, wow! That's Honetsu! Riichi, Haku, Honetsu, and either Hatsu or Nan. We have a monster hand here.
Guarantee the Hanemon. And suddenly, Kyomori with the 3-so wait has to be extremely nervous.
And I believe that's also the double south, so there's a Baimon in there, potentially as well.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Riichi, Honitsu, Yakuhai, potentially double Yakuhai, only needs to hit Ipatsu or Tsumo or Uda. So many ways to make this happen. Sato does miss on the
It's just a
Ipatsu.
matter of what comes first. Oh, there's one of the Hatsu.
Held. South has been cut once in Okada's discards. We can see right here. So 1 South and 1 Hatsu left. The biggest opportunity that Sato has had this game. Really the biggest
Oh,
opportunity.
there it goes!
Oh, no!
No Ura, but that's a Hanemon.
And Sato will climb now.
I mean, you get the Hanemon like that, you'd better climb.
Plus the Riichi sticks, plus the Honba. And all of a sudden, we've got a 3-person race for first.
And Sato will be dealer here in South 3 after that. And Kimura is pretty much locked into 4th, looking a monster dealer run.
Damage control now. Again, team still in first place overall, so this isn't the worst, situation to be in. But
They can take it, but this is one where you honestly don't even mind if either of the other 2 teams win. You just don't want Okada to get first here. You have the buffer over the others.
That's right.
With that first place bonus, you don't want them closing like this. You have 170 over that team, but you're not going to lose that much if you don't also give up the first place bonus.
Yeah, definitely something that Kimura will be thinking about. For example, if Okada declares Riichi and Kyomori also declares Riichi, and Kimura has no save tiles to both players, she'll probably defend against Okada and not against Kyomori. One scenario where that could affect things.
All right, Osato will be dealer here. 1 mon is Dora.
The players do seem to be drawing and discarding tiles.
Well, the camera is not showing as much.
Perhaps honing in on the tension that exists now here. South 3, I always consider to be almost more important than South 4 because it sets up your conditions. In South 4, you just play whatever conditions you have. In South 3, you have an opportunity to set up your spots. So a lot more variability to your play, I think. Oh,
Okay, now we actually see hands. Oh, well, it's just Chitoy. Do we have to look at the hand? If the answer is Chitoy, I almost don't want to. Possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. We have the South pair here and a floating Dora. We have a Hatsu pair here. Just kind of cut the 1 so. Okay, what about Suanko? I like that a lot more. This should always be 9-pin.
Suanko is definitely fun. Now, are you willing to call if you were Sato for Toy Toy?
Yes. You're kind of sad, but yes. You need to win this hand, I feel. Just with where the scores are, Sato needs to win this hand. Oh, well, now you don't have to worry about it. You can cut the 9s or the 2s. Cuts the north, which is, I believe, 1 out.
Mm.
Yes, it is there on the right now. We see it as the first discard. The 8-pin is now encoed up. Wants to go 1, 2, 3 Sanjigo, but it's very difficult to pull it off. Though you do have that 8-8-8-6 shape, so 6 or 7 could use that as the pair instead. The 5 connects with the 7, and that is Ishanten.
Or 8. It's back.
The 8 doesn't really work because we threw the 9 earlier. I just throw it back.
Still Ishanten. 2, 1, another pair. This hand is not going to be a pair hand.
7 fills in nicely. Now Ishanten for South Dora 2 or 3.
Yeah, and that's Kyomori, I believe, for double south. Oh, sorry, the Sato's our dealer. Never mind. And there's the Sanshoku that she was looking for. Such a chance.
You don't have to get it. You just have to give the game the option to let you get it later. Upgrades the shape there, but probably just the 2 Han if it stays close. 4-pin. Oh, ooh. The normal cut here is 5 so because it doesn't do anything for this hand. And yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, definitely going to be thinking...
You can make your decision later on the Sanshoku.
Exactly.
5. That is Ishanten. You could cut the Dora here. There's no value, but at the same time, Riichi normally isn't even a bad outcome for Okada, but wants more, wants to go into all last with the lead.
Could play, I guess, for
There's
Dortanki.
South, there's the call. And Kilmori's just like, no, just get me the 3 Han here.
Yeah, that would be a huge buffer going into all last. Already with a 4,400 point lead on second. Add a 39 to that, and you're looking solid.
4 pair up. Well, there's your Sanshoku fix.
Yeah, that'll do the
definitely
trick.
trying to lock it in. We're waiting on that 5-8 so. There's the Hatsupon. Plan here is Dora Tonki if you can get there.
This is an interesting spot. If a one-mon did come out, would Kyomori pawn it for like a 6-9 Nobeton? Oh, hold that thought.
Well, there's going to be a Riichi. Waiting on the 1-4. Boy, that's a difference. Riichi Nomi versus Riichi Sanshoku Dora.
Would you pass a win on the 4? I'm almost
With
tempted
Kimura's
to.
standings, I'd have to. Yeah.
If this was just a game that had
I think
no
it
other
also depends who you're
implications-
taking it off of.
Right. If there are no other
If you have
implications,
a
I think I
chance to
would
dump
pass.
Okada down, I would definitely take it.
But from the perspective of like damage control, I think taking the win is totally fine. Because
Yes.
again, her team has such a big lead. Even
9 so
wider.
is safe. It's the 5-8. You're close, but that's not it. East is safe. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Should be the West, though. No! Goes with the 5! That's going to deal in South Dora 2.
That's direct competition hit as well. Kyomori advancing again with that 3,900, but also taking it directly off Okada, who falls to 3rd. And suddenly...
Kind of a best-case scenario for Kimura here.
Yeah, Kyomori now a gap of 11,100 points over second place, who is not the dealer, so a Mangan Sumo won't even surpass.
And there are a lot of different ways to play from this position, because if you're Kimura, you are fine with the game ending like this. You don't really want Okada to jump into second, but if there's a 3rd, I'd absolutely lock it in. But has a Hatsu pair and a Dora, so this is good enough for me to just call and go. Try and make something out of it, get some points back. This looks like a Pinfu hand, nothing fancy. Looks like a Pinfu hand does draw a Dora, but it's a floating 9-mon, so not that useful. 2-pin upgrade to a Penchon, which isn't much, but we'll take it anyway. Gives up the 1-2-3 Sanshoku. There's a 1-2-3 fill with the 1-so. Still has this Hatsu pair and a floating Dora. Chun pair up. And Kilmori definitely feels like she has the best hand here. Could just call, get the one on, and has a huge incentive to just do so.
It's funny because Kyomori can just sit there and do nothing and wait for the game to end naturally, but she's gifted a hand that can
Wants
easily
to
play,
fight.
right? It's got, honor pairs, so you can just hold those and fold out. But if she's playing proactively, calling the tune, calling the pay, fighting for a hand that will end the game, that could leave her a little vulnerable. Very curious to see how she chooses to play this.
7. Oh, it's just Ishan-ten now.
I guess just draw the tiles, huh?
Yeah, speaking of drawn tiles, 3 so a huge upgrade. Cuts the Penchon 9 so from the 9-8. There goes the South. And okay, now you have a Kanchan with the 8 Mondora indicator. One so extends the Shaping Sozu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Oh, there's the backfire on the South. Now the Anko of the Hatsu.
Finally making some progress.
Oh, which Ryeonman do you want? Likes the 1-4 a lot more. Can't say I disagree.
A 1-4 classically better than 5-8 on average.
Possible 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. And we'll at least keep the option open because Sato would love to sneak out of first place, but it's going to take some effort here.
Yeah, Sanchoku is a path to working your way towards Hanuman. It will still take a lot of work for sure.
You see the shift up, possible Chanta upgrades if a Dora and a 1-pin is drawn. And the 1 extends the shape in Monzu 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, 7. Oh, it was the wrong one. The 5-8 was better. Completely not hindsight. It was hindsight.
Once again, when reviewing logs, what actually happens doesn't matter. It's the information you had in the moment. And see the
Oh, well, there's
forecast
Tempai. We'll just Dama here, waiting on Pei Chun. Of course, can only win on the Chun or Sumo. Oh, and now Ishan-ten for the Riichi Sanshoku.
Yeah, Kyomori really doesn't want to reach you here, even though the pay is a great weight to accompany the tune.
Yeah, doesn't want to throw the 1,000 out there because it just makes the comeback condition for the other players so much easier. Well, this may just be a Riichi. You don't really want to throw the Dora, but I think you just play for the second place.
Yeah, if Kyomori...
I think you have to just Riichi this. The problem is it's not Pinfu.
Okay, she'll back away. Wants to wait on the door. We saw this in the last round too. Doratanki played that didn't end up finding the win because the door was paired up elsewhere.
Yeah, the problem here is Riichi Sumo is not enough by itself, is it? Let's see, 2,000. Yeah, it would be.
It would be.
Riichi Sumo would have been enough.
But get this Doratanki instead. That's definitely enough. West Dora 2.
Well, speaking of Dora, has the 579 wanted the Sanshoku and the Dora decided to show up.
Yeah, we'll
gonna go ahead and wait a couple turns to make the decision.
Problematically, though, if the 6-mon shows up, that 9-mon just has to come out.
Yes, it is West Doratanki.
And Sato almost has to play for this because if Ogata's opening up, there has to be enough value in that hand to surpass. So maybe it's...
Oh, there's a tune that's going to shut this down. The Dama hand there with the tune. And Kilmori says, enough of this. I'll just take my win and get out of here.
Yeah, that works out perfectly. The tune finally found. And yeah, for Kimura, not...
And again, Kimura, that's not a bad result.
Exactly.
You look at the minus 84, not that bad. But Kimura with a 55.1. The big winner here, definitely one of the most hands. Sato with that 12.7 gets a little something out of this.
And because Okada
with the 9.4, you can just look at her face, and that kind of describes everything. I was so close.
Yeah, almost had the second at least.
Yeah, and Kimura is defiant that, you know what, that was not the worst outcome, because although we got dinged, we did not lose that much ground. They ended up losing 50 points roughly to their competition, and with the buffer they had, there's still plenty of distance.
I wonder if this has become a theme now, players doing the fairy poses to the camera at the end of the game. But we've got our results now for all 3 games. Again, what you're seeing on the screen right now, this was the starting score for Group 3, moving into their 7th round.
Yeah, Heartland up 90 going in, and a big jump between 2nd and 3rd.
And although this says Session 10 out of this group, they're playing their Session 7 out of 10. And so let's take a look at what the overall results were for the 3 games in this set.
Mahjong Splash, the big winners today. Of course, they were in last and needed some performances, but 71 with running out of sessions. This is a good one, but it's going to need more than that, or just that same level for every remaining session. So it's a good start, but that's about all.
Yeah, with 3 sessions to go, if they can pull a plus 70 every time, that's plus 210. I think that might do it. Let's take a look at the standings afterwards, after these games have been played, to take a look.
Now, yeah, Heartland expands the lead, is now up over 120 over Kenko Mahjong Eito in 2nd. Mahjong Splash jumps into 3rd place, but down there at minus 94.6, and Jankatsu Master in 4th now, around minus 120.
Now, overall, the scores have evened out a little bit with Heartland dropping, and I do believe that if Mahjong Splash gets plus 70 for the remaining group, and Heartland picks up like a minus 10, minus 12 at the same time, which you'd expect to happen if one team is coming out way ahead, then definitely comeback as possible. So even with only 3 sessions remaining, definitely everything to play for.
Yeah, you're not done, but it's pressure time. Mahjong Eito has a way back in, can do that in 1 session, of course, would require a strong one. But the other 2 teams, you're not going to say they're out at this point, but they're feeling the pressure.
And with that, we have completed the final game of the 2024 portion of the Yukan Fuji Cup. This is our last broadcast for this year, but of course we will be continuing this forward into I guess it continues the winter, but into 2025.
Yes, into the new year. This is going to be our last broadcast this calendar year.
You can see more to come in January. 3 broadcasts, actually, in the month of January, so you'll have plenty of Yukan Fuji action to watch.
Yeah, so they try to do it every 2 weeks, but as you can see, sometimes there's a gap where they have to move something up or down, and that results in these 3-week performances, but we will be here January 9th.
One last shout out for everybody who has stuck around for all 3 games. Thank you so much. If you'd like to give us a like or a subscription, that would be awesome. Keep in mind, viewers who are subscribed to the channel will be eligible for the giveaway that is happening in January. So you want to stay tuned and check out the next broadcast where the details of the giveaway will be provided. Also, if anyone's participating in the online team league, the WRC online team league, Corak, I know you and I will be playing as well for that Sama tournament. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a minimum 30 games, but a bit chaotic because I'm definitely not used to the Ron style of Sanma. I'll have to grind out some ladder games first.
Yeah, you and I both will be spending a bit of time learning how that variant is going to work out, but I imagine it's going to be a lot of fun. Jen has been hyping it up. I've heard the pros are really excited for this, so I know it's going to be a good time. Anything else that we should shout out before bringing this to a close?
Well, I think we have our own broadcast Monday night that you might want to plug.
That's a great point for the American Riichi Mahjong League. the next year, the 4th year of Armel Action is happening, and it's starting Monday. Will be the first day. We'll have our hype show, a review show of what happened in the previous season with highlights, standings, and all the promotion and relegation commentary, and a little bit of a preview of the pairings for the next divisions, and it's going to be a great time. Monday evening.
Yeah, it should be Monday night. Yeah, Monday night. We're tentatively putting it at 8 p.m. Eastern, maybe 9 p.m. depending on who all's in there. But that'll be at twitch.tv/American Riichi, and the two of us will be there. Pretty sure Jen's going to be there as well. So hope to see you there. But with all of that, I say we wrap up for today. So for everyone who is on commentary, we have Chiral, Gemma, tateniu. This is Corak for the Yukan Fuji broadcasting team, wishing you a good night, day, or afternoon, depending on where you are.